Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the King George County School Board work session October 5th, 2020 into session. Call to order. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May be seated. I'd like to make a change to the agenda. We would like to move the public comment to after the discussion items.
You need a motion for that?
Yes, I do. Please.
I move that we move the public and employee comment to after the discussion items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The public employee comment will be moved to after the discussion items. Moving on to discussion items, we have the review agenda formats. Now that we're going to be trying to implement more work sessions attached, you'll see currently we're using the special meeting agenda. Just wanted to see if we wanted to, one, adopt a separate agenda schedule for work sessions. And then also, I'd like to discuss moving the public employee comment to after the discussion items. Either permanently or just to discuss that, but also approval of the agenda for changes to the agenda. If we could have that either before the call to order or after the moment of silence, so that if we make any changes to the agenda, that it's in the right order. Right now, we've been going out of order for that.
So I don't think it can be before the call to order, can it? Because we won't be in session.
Yeah, well, so I have witnessed some of the other jurisdictions of school board meetings, and they actually have approval to the agenda prior to call to order. So I don't know if we want to do maybe call to order if we're not comfortable with that, and then approval of the agenda and then move forward, or just put the approval of the agenda or changes to the agenda after the moment of silence.
So why does it matter? What's the difference?
Just saying how some of the other jurisdictions have done it. I don't know. That's what we're just here to discuss, what order we would like it in. But currently we've been making changes to the agenda out of our order.
When you say out of our order, what do you mean, Madam Chair?
So changes to the agenda, if you look on our regular school board agenda, changes, which is not changes to the agenda, is usually listed after public employee comment before the discussion items. And actually, Ms. Bushrod, if this is the current agenda, which is blank, we don't even have changes to the agenda on there.
Which one?
So,
are you looking at the special meeting?
No, the special meeting work session, yeah, is not on there. And then it's not on.
Correct.
The regular agenda.
When you say regular agenda, the one for
That's
this.
this one. So the standard template for the agenda, changes to the agenda, is item number 6. So I suggest that we move that up at least to item 5, between 4 and 5, moving that up, or moving that up to after call to order. and possibly changing that to approval of the agenda.
We don't currently have an approval of the agenda. I'm confused as to what you're asking for.
So currently now we have been making changes to the agenda after the moment of silence. That is not in order according to our format that we have for agendas. So I am suggesting that we change our approved format to the agenda to put changes to the agenda prior to public and employee comment or even recognition after the moment of silence, or move it up to after call to order and change it to approval of the agenda. This is for our regular meeting.
So we started out talking about work sessions, so now we're talking about regular meetings.
So we have, yes, regular meetings.
So my only input would be, this is Tolliver speaking, that I'm not sure that I'm following you, Ms. Pensier, right now, but my only input would be that we do not have public employee comment at a work session, which is a special meeting to discuss one topic only, and then it not include public employee comment. That would be my only comment about changing the order of the agenda.
Okay, so let's start over because apparently I gave out too much information. All right, so let's discuss our current format for our regular meeting agenda. It's in our packet. It's BDDC.F1. It's got call to order is number 1, pledge of allegiance is 2, moment of silence is 3, recognition if applicable is 4, public employee comment is 5, changes to the agenda is 6. So I'd like to discuss and recommend that we take changes to the agenda and move it up to after the moment of silence.
Okay. That's fine.
So is the public employee comment going to move permanently to whatever number prior to closed meeting?
No, so it will be call to order, pledge of allegiance and opening, moment of silence, changes to the agenda, recognition if applicable, public employee comment, presentations if applicable, consent agenda, action items, discussion items, information items, superintendent's report, board comment, closed meeting, actions resulting from closed meeting, and adjournment.
So this is a discussion item, and I'd like to take Mr. Collins's stance and say that we give it some thought, because this is the first we've heard of it, and bring it back to our next meeting for further action.
I don't think, is Mr. Collins's mic is on, not on? I can
I
hardly hear.
can hear him mumbling, but I can't hear him very well.
Can everybody in the audience hear him okay?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, can everybody hear me now? All right. So I'm not suggesting that we vote on anything tonight. I'm just asking that we discuss if we would like to move that, and then we can have it moved, and then at our next regular meeting, we can look at it and vote on it. So this is part of the work session. Just discuss if any changes that we want to make to the current agenda for regular meeting format.
So that was a discussion item, and I think we've heard the opinions, and so now we can bring it back next time for action.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and make. No, Mr. Collins, please speak.
No,
No,
In front of your face.
put it closer.
move it
Talk
closer.
into the mic.
I don't think he's on.
Well, he's always off, but that's a whole other situation.
So the work sessions are, the reason we have special meetings or work sessions is usually for one item. Usually it's one item, whatever it may be. It's usually one item. So I'm fine with the agenda being that way on the work sessions, and I'm fine with the changes to the regular meeting, moving the changes to the agenda up.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I think I already stated that, and I think we agree that work session should be one information item only, and that's for discussion of that one situation. So I don't know really where we're going with this, but as a discussion item, we can move forward to make it an action item in the next meeting.
Okay, so let's move on, since this is still on our agenda, to talk about the special meeting work session agenda. I'd like to recommend that we have a separate work session agenda. And again, we would put public or changes to the, any changes to the agenda, or currently it's not listed on here that there's any changes to the agenda on our current format. If you look at BDDC-F, our special meeting work session is 1, call to order, 2, pledge of allegiance and opening, 3, moment of silence, 4, public employee comment, 5, discussion items, 6, adjournment.
So if nobody else has a comment, I'd like to say again that work session is supposed to be reserved for one discussion item only. And now we are going back to agenda changes, and I'm not sure that this is the venue for that. So can we just move forward unless somebody else has any other comments?
No, I think that it is under the discussion items on our current agenda, special meeting and work sessions. I don't know that we have anything written that it's only supposed to be one discussion item. And if we're going to have more work sessions in the future, I think it's important that we try to have a discussion on having a work session agenda and what that actually looks like. Does anybody else have any other comments? So if we're only going to go with one discussion item at any work session, then we should take number 5 and say discussion item without the S. And are we going to have any changes to that agenda as an option? We're only going to discuss one item, then I don't know that we would need changes. Is everybody in favor of having only one item in a work session?
I don't know why.
I just for clarification, I just want to say in my experience, it's been that a work session is the same as a special meeting, and a special meeting has only one agenda item. So I feel like we went a little off track here by discussing other things, and so I have no further opinion on what the other discussion items are, except that we're having a work session to talk about one thing, which is the instructional plan review, and that's where we need to focus right now. Sorry if that's an unpopular thought, but
Okay, so I don't believe that there was no proposed changes to the agenda. Talking about the agenda formats is on as a discussion item on tonight's work session. I'd like to just go ahead and get through this and as quickly as possible. I don't think it's that big of a deal as it's being made. So Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay, so Ms. Panthera, I would say, so I believe you were the one that wanted to put the agenda, reviewing the agenda formats on the agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it would seem to me it would be helpful for the rest of us if perhaps we were given, like, we get Dr. Benson's information prior to meetings so we can think about it. It might have been helpful if we had an idea of what the outcome of this was that you wanted, and maybe we could have, if it would seem to me that you have a desired agenda format in mind. So
I don't have a desired format in mind. That's why
Okay.
we are having this as a discussion item. Everybody wanted to have work sessions. So we need to have a separate agenda for a work session. If everybody is in agreement that we want to only have one discussion item, then we need to change that. Or if we want to have changes to the agenda, we need to figure out where it's going to be. It's been an issue because we have been out of order with our changes of agenda, which we have changed for the last several meetings. So I wanted to address it now, try to make it very simple, clean, and quick. Obviously, that's not happening. So
Madam Chair, may I make a motion to table this until
sure.
our next meeting when we're basically here for the review plan?
That's-
There's no really consensus, so we can continue and discuss another time.
We will do that. All right, moving on.
So that was a motion
I second the motion.
what was the motion? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
for tonight.
So I don't know that we need to make a motion to do that.
I didn't hear what TC made a motion. I didn't hear him. Can he repeat his motion? Whether it was a motion.
Make a motion to table the review agenda item format for tonight and put it on the next agenda.
And I heard a second from Ms. Gonzalez. Perfect, thank you.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, moving on to the instructional plan review. Dr. Benson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to come back to you with information. Staff and I have worked over the last several days since our last meeting to bring information to you. We've also received feedback, and I want to thank our staff, our community for the emails and the feedback that you've given thus far to help us move this discussion forward. So tonight, we have assembled for you a presentation that includes some health metrics update as of today. I want to show you the VDH CDC dashboard that I mentioned. Sorry. That I referenced last meeting.
My apologies.
What is happening right now?
We're just having some technical corrections there, but we've also assembled for you a draft or an example K2 schedule or instructional schedule. And again, we appreciate the input of our community and our staff in helping me work with principals to solicit feedback, to gather ideas, to assemble a perhaps schedule for your review feedback. Next, I have asked Dr. Boyd and Ms. Cox, our high school and middle school principals respectively, to take time, and they've graciously done so, to just bring you some preliminary considerations. I gathered the spirit of the conversation near the end of the last meeting was that you really wanted to look forward, that you wanted to be inclusive in your conversation of what could be in the future. So I appreciate them bringing just some preliminary considerations for your consumption, and then any feedback or direction that you want to give moving forward as far as planning, we're happy to take. Lastly, I also have mentioned repeatedly about capacity and how capacity is a key variable, in particular transportation. We also have some information regarding staffing that Ms. Yozierski has assembled for your review. So we hope that that information, and I'm going to thank in advance a few of the staff who've graciously volunteered to come and help present this information for you. We hope that we've hit the mark in terms of providing you some information that you can use to then further your discussion as a board. So with that said, John, I'll trust if you could, I cannot see the screen, regrettably, but, oh, good, I can see it now. I've got a monitor here. Go ahead, and if you'd be kind enough, John, would you advance it to the first, the next slide? Okay, that's the outline. Go ahead, the next one. Okay, thank you. So this is for our community, this is the CDC or the Virginia Department of Health and CDC matrix. It's kind of a cross of both documents, but what I've done is I've recreated it using their language, of course, but I've inserted then our King George data, the relevant data for King George as of today. I've also placed data from the other localities in our health district, which again, I'll repeat, include Stafford, Spotsylvania, Caroline, and King, and the city of Fredericksburg. Early in this process, it was mentioned that we should keep one eye turned towards our district level data, since half of our employees do come to work, but reside outside of King George County. So with that said, this is obviously the table. You'll see along the left column, the left column, and I know it may be small, so I'll read it for our audience and our public, but along the left side are indicators from the Center for Disease Control. They provide core indicators, 3 core indicators. I'm going to share all 3 of them with you. They also provide a framework that would include secondary indicators, the first of which I think is relevant. The others perhaps are relevant. The others involve hospital beds available, that type of thing, but In a previous presentation, I provided the link that's been posted publicly for you. If you'd like to follow this link, it is all public information available to you. So the first core indicator that they recommend schools look at in trying to assess this concept of risk, and really this comes down to how much risk are we willing to take to do whatever it is we do moving forward. So the first construct here, this core indicator number 1, is the number of new cases per 100,000 persons within the last 14 days. And if you look along the right, on the continuum to the right, you'll see, if you have a color version, you'll see the greenish, then graduating to the red. I've also included in the underline the thresholds that the CDC has set for each of these to move from one category to the next. So you'll see currently, as of to the information posted today, King George County, we have 37.63 new cases per 100,000 persons in the last 14 days. That places us in the moderate risk of transmission in schools. Others in our health district right now, Stafford is at 80.69, Spotsylvania is at 76.73, Fredericksburg is at 89.21, and Caroline is at 113.7. That places all 4 of those localities in the higher risk of transmission in schools. I want to indicate to you now, or remind you, this is just one core indicator that the CDC recommends you look at, that you balance that then with other indicators. So number 2, the core indicator number 2 is the positivity, the percentage of RT-PCR tests that are positive during the last 14 days. You'll see in this indicator, Fredericksburg is less than 3% at 2.6%. That is in the lowest risk of transmission in schools. Next, you'll see that we are at 3.2% as far as positivity, along with Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline, who are all right around 4.9, Spotsylvania being 4.7. So in all those cases, we're either in the lowest risk district-wide with Fredericksburg, or in the lower risk of transmission in schools with regard to core indicator number 2. The secondary indicator, and I'm going to go to core indicator number 3 on the next slide, so don't think I'm overlooking that, but the secondary indicator, the first one, is the percentage change in new cases per 100,000 in the population during the last 7 days, as opposed to the 14 days associated with core indicator number 1. In this case, Stafford, Spotsylvania, and Caroline are all in the lowest risk of transmission in schools for the past 7 days. You see the percentages there next to their names. However, Fredericksburg and King George are both in the highest risk of transmission in schools when it comes to the secondary indicator. Fredericksburg at 16.7%, and King George, and I must admit, opened my jaw at 300%. So we did reach out to our local health department seeking some type of explanation as to why such a drastic spike. And they did remind us that with percentages, you must remember that we have relatively low numbers. So let's say we have 2 cases, or an average, I guess, over the 6 days of 2 cases, and suddenly then we have a spike in cases. That could then skew your percentage accordingly. And with the compressed time frame from 14 to 7, they recommended we just keep that context in mind as far as the calculation of the statistic itself. So I just bring that to you so that you don't, we kind of keep it in context in trying to assess where we fall locally along this this matrix, and where our locality, our district level data falls along this matrix. Questions about that chart before I advance?
Does
Okay.
it back out the cases district on nursing homes or assisted living?
Which statistic, Mr. Collins, are you referencing?
I think it was core indicator 2.
2? Core indicator 2, I'll just read to you straight from the Department of Health. The percentage of RT-PCR tests in the community that are positive during the last 14 days is calculated by dividing the number of positive tests over the 14 days by the total number of tests resulted over the 14 days. Diagnostic tests are viral. diagnostic and screening laboratory tests excludes antibody testing and RT-PCR testing for surveillance purposes. So I'm not sure that would your.
Yeah, I guess, so when you talk about the district, the Rappahannock Health District is what you refer to.
Correct.
So we've seen spikes in nursing homes and assisted living.
Mhm.
So that kind of skews the results for every other of the category.
Yeah, I don't know the answer, obviously, but I would suggest definitively, and I did read an email with some advance notice. You are certainly welcome to invite a member of the health department to come to explain the statistics to you, and I'm certain that those folks would be the ones that could perhaps address some of the, under the statistic questions you may have. But just let me know. They did ask that we give them at least a week notice if you'd like for them to come to one of your meetings. We're happy to do that. Okay. John, go ahead, and if you'd be kind enough to advance to the next slide. I want to jump back up just so that I could present it a little more clearly and dedicate enough slide space to it. I'll jump back up. This is the third core indicator that the CDC recommends school boards consider when assessing the risk of introduction and transmission of COVID in schools. Core indicator number 3 really asks that we self-assess our ability as a school division or as schools to implement 5 key mitigation strategies. Those 5 being: first, consistent and correct use of masks. Second, social distancing to the largest extent possible. Third, hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette. Fourth, cleaning and disinfection. And 5, the contact tracing collaboration with the local health department. You're going to hear in some of the schedule, well, particularly in the schedule proposal for K2, you may also hear that the same theme in terms of our ability to create 6-foot or even 3-foot physical or social distancing in schools, certainly to the largest extent possible is relatively vague. I mean, that could be 1 foot if that's the largest extent possible. I think the spirit of it is to at least fall or get as close to the 6-foot standard that CDC has put out in their publications. But we would need to then self-assess where we are. Could we implement all 5? And you'll look out to the right, you'll see the same type of rainbow color scheme. If you were able to implement all 5 strategies correctly and consistently, that would help in providing the lowest risk of transmission in schools. And then you move to the right along that continuum, depending on how many of these strategies you could implement and with fidelity is basically what it's coming at. The next category is you implement all 5 strategies correctly, however, they're implemented inconsistently. And that's not to say we would be haphazard. It's simply in the case of young children, for example, it's virtually impossible to predict their movement. They certainly, they're not as self-aware as perhaps adults as far as trying to regulate their own physical distancing. So we might be able to implement it. However, it may be inconsistent simply by the nature of the students who are being asked to abide by the strategy. So that gives you an idea of how we can continuously and as time progresses, continue to assess risk using this tool that's provided to you all through the VDH and CDC. So I'm happy to take any questions about that part as far as health metrics or.
So the PPE is a big part of this metrics. So I've gotten lots of emails, and there's in 2 different categories. Teachers, general teachers say they don't have the PPE to do the job, and then special needs say they don't have the PPE to do the job. Do we have the PPE or do we not?
We do have the PPE.
Has it been disseminated to, like, so it's, have heard the same thing, that there's a lack of or a challenge getting PPE. So has it been distributed to all of the schools? Is that like?
That's my understanding. If there's a staff member or if there's a principal that feels otherwise, they just need to let us know, and we're happy to facilitate that. But I've got Mr. Wishard now dedicated to help us with that communication. We had an excellent meeting earlier in the week to discuss communication or making sure that what we are hearing either is not the case or if it is the case that we fix that loop. But there is PPE available both in terms of the general ed setting, and I know there were concerns expressed special ed wise, and Ms. Bush has assured me that that PPE is available.
Okay. So I assume that means that all of the PPE that was requested as a part of the second allocation of CARES funding from the county, that we've received that funding and all of those things have been purchased already. Is that?
I believe we've either initiated purpose. In some cases, some of that equipment is on back order or is simply not available because national stocks are, it's back ordered, quite frankly. But that's my understanding. Yes, we have either acquired or we have attempted to acquire and have on hold an order for that. The hold being on the company's end that would fulfill the order.
Okay, so there would seem to be some discrepancy there if we're saying we have all of the PPE, but at the same time, some of it's been back ordered or on back order.
Well, I think your question was, has everything that was indicated on the sheet provided for the Board of Supervisors? Maybe I misunderstood. I'm simply saying the quantity that was indicated on that may not have been received, but we do have PPE available for teachers and for staff.
For how many days?
Can I interject for a second? It's Tolliver here. I don't know if you can, y'all can't see me, I guess, but can I just interject that the amount of PPE needed for a gen ed teacher as opposed to a sped teacher, these are different requirements. So what I think I'm hearing is that the PPE required for certain situations has been acquired, and the PPE maybe that is not actually required but wanted is not maybe been made available. So I think that I'm guessing that the PPE that we need to perform certain duties is available, and the PPE that maybe are not so much required but maybe wanted is not so available right now. Is that correct, Dr. Benson?
I think so. Honestly, it was tough to hear the audio, Ms. Tolliver, but I would say this is that the PPE that we would need, we've acquired. There are certainly additional amounts of that I believe, based on my conversations with Ms. Fisher, may simply not be available for delivery at this point. To answer your question, Mr. Collins, as far as how many days, it's a tough question to answer. Some of the PPE is used on an as-needed basis. So if there was no need for 4 days, but there was a need on the 5th day, the answer would be 5 days, perhaps, as an example. But I'd be happy at a future meeting if you'd like for me to have Ms. Fisher come and speak specifically to PPE. We can certainly do that.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. I was going to say perhaps at the next meeting we could get an answer to just that.
Yep,
what PPE we have, what we need, and where we've got gaps.
So how
Absolutely.
much CARES money is unspent?
I'd have to consult with the bookkeeper and see which type of CARES money, the school CARES money, the county's CARES money.
What CARES money we have available?
Right, which type? There are 2 types.
Either one.
Well, either one or both. I can
Both.
get you an amount for both. How's that?
What's your question, Mr. Collins? Because I'm not clear right now what you're saying.
How much CARES money is not spent?
Well, I personally can answer that, but I'm going to answer you. There was a deadline, and so a certain amount of CARES money was given for MiFis and hotspots and Verizon things and daycare. That money, I think, has been spent, or at least allocated, or going to be spent. The balance of that money has to be spent by December 1st, is my understanding. And so I think that we're doing the best we can to spend that money where it's supposed to be spent. So again, clarify your question, please.
That was my question.
He's asking for a specific amount, Ms. Tolliver. He just asked Dr. Benson for a specific amount of the CARES Act funds that have not been allocated or spent, or not allocated, but
I understand what the criteria
spent.
was from the Board of Supervisors. I was at that meeting.
Let them answer. Let them bring that question on, okay?
I'll bring that back.
Thank you.
Bring that information back to you. Okay. questions, any other questions that I can answer as far as the health metrics or the CDC VDH resources? Is there an interest to have a representative come to a future work session? If so, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if so, just by the end of the meeting, if you could let me know, I'm happy to reach out to them and see if they would be
I don't
available.
think currently I have a need for the health department rep to come. I think we certainly are getting their information in a timely. If there's something that we come across that we don't have, I'm glad for you to ask it, but I don't think we need to have anybody here at the meeting.
Okay.
So I would be interested, considering that one of their core indicators there is the contact tracing. In collaboration with the local health department, I think it'd be beneficial if one was here and we could talk about how that works and how that would interface with our plan within the schools, right? When there's a positive test or so on and so forth. And so I guess to that extent, that requirement there, what is our current relationship and dealings with the health department?
We work closely. We have had positive cases in our schools, and when those are reported or found, we do then contact our local health department. We conduct the initial interview with the employee to try to establish a potential list of close contacts using their criteria, the 15 minutes within 6 feet. Once we develop that list, then we work with them, we forward that to them, and then they do the more in-depth interviewing and then designating as far as those who are truly deemed close contacts and then are subjected to quarantine.
Okay.
We do initially, not to say we don't quarantine those who are potentially close contacts as a first step to err on the side of safety. The local then health department helps to refine that list, I guess, and then definitively establish who are close contacts and need to be quarantined and or tested, recommended for testing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
And I guess in terms of our protocol, we, I guess the principals have received and have disseminated the protocol that would occur should there be, any of the staff receive information about a contact of theirs.
Let me make sure I understand.
Is the protocol in place and has it been disseminated to all staff about reporting their contacts? If
Yes,
they
I
have been
believe.
exposed.
Yeah, I believe so, Ms. Hawk. I can double check and make sure that
Would
what
you
we have disseminated. I'll check on that.
If I may, Ms. Hawk, I think there's also HIPAA guidelines and things that don't require certain things got to be disseminated a certain way. And I'm not sure that your question is direct enough for me to understand what you're saying. Like, how do we disseminate that kind of information?
So I was gonna offer this later. Maybe now is the right time. So I follow Ms. Hawk's question, and so I think what would be helpful is if maybe there is one, but if we could see what the process flow is that the school division is following when there is, say, a positive case that has tested positive, a case that was reported that tested negative, as well as someone who is experiencing symptoms. So I know, so I use like on base, for example, right? There are specific process flow diagrams that are followed to be able to manage employees accordingly. And so I think, the schools would do well to follow a similar process, right? Because there will be the varying degrees of a case, right? So someone has symptoms, they test negative, they have symptoms, they test positive, they are in direct contact with someone, they have to quarantine, and that's going to apply across teachers and students. And so if there is one, that's great. But if there's not, I think we need a definitive process flow that will inform the contact tracing, as well as being able to notify, without releasing HIPAA and privacy information. That, as well as then like the next step of that, which I don't think is addressed. I haven't seen it addressed yet, but is how we manage that from an instruction standpoint, right? So you could have, we'll say, a teacher who tests, say they go and get a test. So they're home, I suppose, right? They're quarantining. They test positive. They probably aren't going to maybe feel like teaching. I don't know. But they test negative. perhaps they're still capable of teaching because they're not actually sick, but they've tested, and then what, they're quarantined at home for 14 days, right? There's CDC guidelines for that sort of stuff. And then what are we doing with the classrooms? So if a student or teacher's positive, like is the class sent home for a period of time? Is the contact tracing dictating that a handful of, like maybe 1.5 classrooms are sent home? Just all that picture that informs the actual health and safety piece of this, that allows the instruction to be handled effectively and safely, I think we're missing, unless it's there and we haven't seen it.
It is there, and I'm happy to bring Ms. Fisher in to go into depth about it. I'll revisit Ms. Hawk. Every employee currently submits or every day we do a self-screening. And so I think the question you had, or the scenario you proposed, is contained within that screening. Within one of the prompts of those questions, there are several questions that we have to answer before we then permit ourselves to report to work. So one of what you were describing is would have an employee answer yes to that question. And then in that case, then it would launch them into another set of questions that we would then most likely have on the side of safety, have the employee stay home until we could then follow up accordingly.
Right. Thank
So
you.
are you speaking of a flow chart? So if you are positive, this is what happens, and then if you're negative, this is what happens, and this is what happens with students, or this is what happens with staff. So it can be basically a dashboard. You can see
exactly
what will happen.
Yeah, to an extent, I'm describing a process.
Flow chart is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, and I've talked with other superintendents, and often is the case. The situations are contextual. You have to assess. It's not an automatic. If this teacher, let's say, tests positive, that whole grade level is then quarantined. There's often not just a simple if this then this. It really is contingent on the actual. Then let's determine who are the close contacts. That type of thing is my experience.
Right, understood. But yeah, perhaps at our next meeting, we could see what that is in a visual or a handout or something.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
One quick additional question.
Can I make a comment as well? And so I am probably related by marriage to 95% of this county. Not always my choice, but that's what it is. I find out that my second cousin twice removed from me is tested positive. And so how does that even look in a flow chart? Like, it's easy for everybody who lives here for a certain amount of years and has certain family members here, but it's harder for us who have extended family who have been here for 100 years to figure that out and to find out where we all come from and where we all fit on that threshold of contact tracing. So I'm not saying it's a good situation, but I'm saying it's kind of awkward sometimes to be able to pinpoint the fact that, my second cousin's brother went fishing with my husband 2 weeks ago, and he might have been on the same boat with him. So how do we do that in a county like King George, where many of us are related to and come in contact with those kind of people every single day of our lives? I think we're just asking, I get contact tracing and I get accountability and I get it's scary, but I'm not sure that we can make that so it's easy a flow chart as what you're talking about, Mr. Collins, because sometimes we don't know from whence we came right now.
Well, I hear you, but you have to have a start. That's what we're here. We're trying to get these things ironed out. So
I agree 100%. And the first time you and I have agreed in months, and I appreciate that. But I'm just a little concerned that it's going to become you're related to so-and-so and you came into contact with so-and-so. Like in my world of the Tolliver family, for example, Johnsons, Browns, we are 1 million strong, and it's a lot. And I don't know always who's come in contact with who, and they don't even know they've come in contact with who. So I think I agree we need to narrow it down. We need to figure out a process, but I don't think we need to be so concise that we can say we need to narrow it down to that place or mitigate to that circumstance, because we don't always know where we've been or who we come in contact with.
So, Ms. Tolliver, I don't know if you can hear us, but if you could just wait for us to stop talking and just let us know, or let me tell you that it's okay to talk because you just cut Mr. Collins off and you're cutting us off. I
I
don't
did
think.
not. I said Mr. Collins and I talked with him and I did not cut anybody off this time. I do not try to do that ever. And I did listen to what he said and
Go ahead and
thank
move
you.
forward. I think at this point in time, I mean, I think it's obvious that we can provide Dr. Benson, ask Dr. Benson for a flow chart or something. I think that, you know, there's the CDC has something similar to that, and there's been other jurisdictions that have also provided that. So if we could just go ahead and move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next segment of what we've prepared for you to support your discussion is feedback in the form of, or response to feedback in the form of a proposal as far as your K2 motion you approved last time. And I want to thank, in particular, Ms. Harris has agreed to come and help me with the presenting of this. You should know that before she presents, we have met a couple of times with elementary principals and instructional staff. I've asked the elementary principals to meet with their K through teachers to solicit their input and their response to some of our brainstorming work to try to be responsive to what we have heard from our community and heard from our staff subsequent to the proposal about how to host K2 students both virtually and in person. So with that, I know we have a visual. I'm going to let Ms. Harris go ahead and present that visual, and she and I, of course, will be both available here to help with any questions you may have about K2. So with that, Ms. Harris, thank you again for coming.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of our school teams across the school division who have worked diligently and so hard just getting the virtual platform off the ground and up and running. I would also like to thank all of our families, parents, grandmas, daycare providers, everyone that's really been helping, working with us in a cooperative manner to get our kiddos online and learning. So now we're at the phase of maybe can we bring some kids back in the building. So first of all, I'd like to shout out to my colleagues, Ms. Moreau and Ms. Malavac. We have worked hard this week trying to think about the health and safety of our students and staff, looking at instructional practices, what is best, how it can be delivered. We already know the kids have lost a lot of months of instruction, and we really have data to support that we have, you know, some ground to cover to kind of recap that loss of learning. So we're looking at what is the best instructional practices, and then to pull it all off, we have to look at staffing. What can we do with our limited resources that we have at each building? So with that, we kind of created this schedule just to give you a little background. When we started this months ago, we set our class list up based on the virtual and the blended model. So a lot of the classrooms were already set up by homeroom K through 2 with one identified virtual teacher at each grade level. That's kind of where we started with the data that we had. And then the rest of the classes kids were put in under the blended model. It wasn't perfect because then when we started getting new enrollments, or then when the board decided we were doing 100% virtual, you know, there are some outliers in that. So they're not all perfectly in those categories of the virtual only teacher. There are some of the families that want to go virtual only kind of speckled into the blended model. But in saying that, it's not that many to disrupt instruction. Last week when you guys met and talked about bringing K2 back in the building, the biggest hurdles that we heard as principals were that, one, it's almost impossible for a teacher to deliver the instruction virtually and the face-to-face learning and do it effectively, and keep the open lines of communication open to the families that we already have. Teachers have spent hours upon hours creating these relationships and being on the spot ready to give feedback. So if a family is having trouble online or they don't understand the assignment, right now in our schedule, it's built for teachers to have time to give that feedback pretty quickly. When we are asking teachers to do the face-to-face learning in the morning and then turn around an hour break and then do virtual learning based on the setup that we have, they could be teaching anywhere between 10 kids, 2 kids, or, you know, however, based on those models, if our numbers are still correct. Some of the feedback, something I do want to caution you is that we haven't really given another very concise schedule to families to feel like they can make a great decision now based on whether they feel comfortable with the virtual only model or they feel comfortable bringing their kiddos back in. So anyway, this is our first attempt with this. I think it's doable. It kind of checks all the boxes. The only place that really is, I want to warn you, is the class size limit, because that's something, you know, there could be as many as 18 to 20 kids in a class based on this setup that I'm going to present to you. But we tried to work really hard to get that far, just so please understand that part of it. We acknowledge that, teachers are aware of that, and they were accepting to it at this point. So with that said, what we'd like to do is be able to keep the model pretty much fluid as it's working now. If we have a virtual only block that would still run from like 9 to 11:15, 11:30, as it has been, so we don't have to disrupt all that. You know, people have worked hard to make that process work for their families, so we don't totally just kind of walk away from that setup and create something new. And then we'd have simultaneously going on, kids were coming in the building, they would be receiving their instruction from their teacher, and then they would go home the half a day, and then online at from 1 to 3:15 or 1 to 3, give or take in there. Then we would offer small group instruction across the 3 grade levels. And the good thing about that is we can get really creative and fluid with our small group instruction, because in a virtual world, you don't have to really worry about as much as the cross contamination, because that's kind of at the elementary level, we're really good at getting our resources. And if we're looking at a targeted skill, then maybe there's one kid in class A and a kid in class B that need the same skill. We'll pull these 2 out, give them the small group instruction, and we move on. We can still kind of do that type of setup. But we realize that if a kid has to change teachers, that can be very devastating to a little kid. So what we thought is, if a family chose to go virtual only and had to change a teacher, they would go virtual only with the virtual only teacher in the morning, but then the teacher that they've already built a relationship, they can come back and do a small group instruction with that teacher. So we can still keep those relationships going and they'd still have that contact. So that was kind of the basis for that mindset. Some of the kind of benefits of this model, it'll increase the amount of direct instructional time provided to the students by the teachers. So it keeps it 4 days a week, so we can keep pacing of the curriculum moving in the direction that we want it to go in. It'll increase more opportunities to implement targeted small group instruction. It's consistent with the current academic schedule that we already have in place. So we don't have to change everything for everybody. So it kind of just keeps it all moving. It allows for a child to continue to meet daily with a teacher who they have already made a relationship with, if that has to be a change. It will provide fluid transition back to virtual, because if something happens and we have to close a classroom for any length of time, then the default would be that teacher would go back to the virtual model. So we can still keep instruction moving. And the best part is we have teacher buy-in for the plan. Having to teach and deliver both models of learning is just not conducive to providing effective instruction. It takes a lot of work to do that virtual, creating the modules and following through with that, the communication piece with that. And it's just unrealistic to think that a teacher can offer that to the level and standard that we're providing it right now and do the face-to-face learning all in the same day. It's almost impossible. And last, it provides equity amongst all learners in all groups, because I don't know the other slide. If you do, pretty much if you compare the virtual with the in-person learning, the opportunities are equal there. That's pretty much it. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
So,
I don't know about a question. I'm sorry, Mr. Collins, go ahead.
so you're saying you can have in-person and virtual? That's what I'm hearing. Can we do it the whole elementary to 6th grade?
I don't think
So
transportation is going to play a key in that. Just staffing alone just for K through 2 is going to be a challenge. So,
okay, so if we take the transportation out of the mix, can we do the whole elementary schools? Maybe I'll send that to Dr. Benson. I don't want you to put you on the spot. Dr. Benson?
Yeah, I would ask that you give us an opportunity then to look at that school-wide as far as logistics. You know, there are Ms. Harris has summarized for you a potential schedule. We also met and we talked through many of the logistical and the operational, the safety issues school-wide, to make sure that those expectations that I shared last meeting could be satisfied as well. So with an enlarged grouping, as you're suggesting, then we'd want to revisit to make sure that we had the capacity to meet those expectations. So we would only ask that you let us come back to you with a definitive answer instead of sit here today and say we think so, and then have to circle back and say, you know, we either confirm or believe it's not the case. That's all I would ask.
I would like to suggest that we maintain our focus on the current options that we have for discussion and not try to expand. I mean, certainly we do want at some point to receive a plan to integrate all grades, but clearly that's not where we are right now.
I just want to say, Ms. Harris, I can't thank you enough for indulging all the people who had issues and concerns and complaints, so to say, with the original plan, and working with Dr. Benson and working with your cohorts of Silston and King George Elementary to come up with this plan that may work or may not, I don't know, but to at least thank you for your efforts to make this viable for some. So appreciative of that.
Thank you.
So Ms. Harris, I have a question. Thank you for putting all this together. So the small group conversation. So right now the students have, right, they do like their homeroom session in the morning and then also have small groups before lunch and then have the 30-minute small group once a week in the afternoon. What happens to the small group time that's currently taking place in the morning in this model?
Well, it would still continue. It depends on the virtual numbers. There's really no different in the virtual world if they're a virtual only student. The only addition is that if they come to the in-person learning, they should get a small group by that teacher. Where it gets tricky for us is we can't cross-contaminate the room. So in the past, we just have pairs, you know, do our early literacy groups, you know, go in the classroom. You have 3 or 4 individuals in there, but we know that that's not really how we can do that right now safely. Mm-hmm. So we would offer small groups in the afternoon, pretty much all hands on deck to looking at our data. We just finished our PALS data and we've just finished all the numeracy data for K through 3. And, you know, there's clearly an indicator that we need to really offer PALS and small group instruction. So we can do that much more effectively virtually in the afternoons, or however we have to look at the schedule. This is just kind of protecting both worlds. Most of the feedback I got from parents in the school division, talking with my colleagues, was that it's really hard for little kiddos. It's hard to keep them online for an hour and 45 minutes to keep their attention. But then the model that we kind of shared last week was changing that whole world upside down. So if we're in week 6, and we're building consistency across the division. Teachers are getting better every week at delivering the instruction, learning new techniques. Families are, making it work in their families. Kids are getting better. So to totally just derail from all of that and then start doing the virtual at 1 o'clock didn't seem to be the best use of instructional time. So I feel like if we can protect the teachers in the delivery of the instruction, it offers more opportunities to work in small group or even in individual cases with our students if we really protect the school day. That makes sense?
Yes, that makes sense. I would agree. So for students, I guess that would be doing the in-person option. Is there for those small groups? So I guess they would be getting. Well, I guess would they be getting new small groups, or they're just going to stay with their teacher already and would already be in their small groups?
The kids that will report to school will stay in with that teacher the entire time that they're there,
so
from 9 to 11.
Okay, so right, I understand. So I meant like the classes that are set up right now. If K through 2 go back in person, I guess the basic question is, does there need to be like a realignment of the small groups and time spent?
It could, yeah.
Re-
I mean, it
okay,
really could.
so
So
there's-
every school's going to look a little. I mean,
Well,
I can
right.
only really speak for Potomac, but I mean, I'm sure we're on the same mindset at Sealson and King George Elementary, and I think teachers are really capable of making their small groups. It's really going to base on too. Once we can present out of fairness, I'm a parent too. It's tough for a family to make a decision if they really don't know what they're deciding about. So I feel like if we can give them a clear-cut option of this is what the day is going to look like, and this is what the virtual day looks like, then people can make the best decision for their family. So our numbers could skew a little bit. I'm going on data that we had kind of at the beginning of the summer and then the last round. But our classrooms were set up for that blended model. So I would hate to, I'm trying to think of what is the least interruption that we can do across the board without just throwing it all in the air and just kind of starting all over, signing new homeroom teachers, new, I just think that would be detrimental for kiddos at this game, especially our little ones.
Yeah, for sure. So is the feedback you've received from teachers and staff been that the education, the instructional, the provision of the instruction will improve in the in-person, not saying that there's something wrong with it, but like the benefit outweighs the risk of the loss of instructional time as students readjust, and the risk of like safety and health to our students and teachers? Has the feedback been such that, like the folks that are teaching those virtual classes right now, is the opinion really that like the kids are struggling and that kids are really going to do a lot better in the new, it's not going to be exactly like what we left in March, right? The classroom situation environment is going to be different. Is the opinion from the teachers that are doing that right now that the students are going to benefit from this more so than they already are?
I'm not sure the benefit is, I mean, it's going to take a transition no matter what, because teachers are even in that model are going to have to think differently about how they deliver that instruction. So are they up for the challenge? Absolutely. Some of, virtual learning is not for every child.
Mm-hmm.
Some families are struggling, and I get that. And I think the teachers understand that, also. The only really glitch in this is that, we have limited staffing. So our class sizes, they're not going to be 10 kids in a class. It could be 18, it could be 20 in the in-person learning. And that's really, we just have to know that going in.
Right.
I don't know if it's going to, I do think having teachers not teach both learning platforms is going to be much more beneficial to our student learning.
Yeah, for sure. I don't mean to be dominating the conversation, so anyway,
No, it's a good question.
feel free to interrupt me or cut me off. I guess, so my biggest concern is if like backing up a slide, not the need to, but the CDC indicators, so that core indicator 3 with the 5 key mitigation strategies, mask wearing, consistent and correct use of masks, social distancing to the maximum extent possible, hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, cleaning. Anyway, I mean, at least those 3, right, that the students and teachers are actively participating in. I mean, our K through 2 are going to have the hardest time doing those sorts of things, right? And I know you didn't like that. You weren't the one that voted on this plan last week. So I'm not trying to put anyone on this, spot. I guess so. It seems to me there's a higher. We're choosing the highest risk population from this standpoint, from a health standpoint, to be the ones to integrate back into in-person instruction. What are the thoughts on that? Especially with the fact that the class sizes are likely going to go up.
Yeah, I don't know if, I guess my opinion would be, so you're separating the kindergarten through 2nd graders from 3rd through 5th graders in that respect, and that they don't, the self-regulation aspect, is that what you're getting at?
Well, I just mean like we're dependent on, so those of us that have to go to work or still go to work, or those that do, it relies on, we're told, you have to wear your mask, you have to social distance. If you're caught without your mask on, there are penalties, and we're asking kindergartners, 1st graders and 2nd graders, like we're relying essentially, unless we're willing to accept a much higher level risk of transmission of COVID-19 in our schools, we're relying on our very little people who have the least sense of that sort of the importance of that sort of thing, right? We're asking them to help us, keep our risk low, and it seems to me to be contradictory.
Well, that's correct. And that is the difficulty of this,
Right.
of assessing risk. That's certainly the age of the students. I mean, that's a variable that you could throw into the mix. You've heard that the younger students, it's more difficult for them to engage in online.
Mhm.
So that's why the very best we can do is frame it, but ultimately we have to make a decision about benefit, possible factors associated with risk as it's laid out here. So you're exactly right, that is kind of the question, and it's a multifaceted question that needs to be assessed carefully and then answered in terms of what the board would give us as far as direction moving forward
So
with regard to in-person instruction.
So you have virtual and in-person. So the people that will be assessing the risk will be the parents. So they'll determine whether the risk outweighs the benefits by sending them to in-person. And it seems like you have the best of both worlds here, but you're going to have some sacrifice. I mean, you're going to have some sacrifice. You might have more than 10, 15 kids per class. So that's one of the things.
That's a given. That's gonna
So,
happen.
so TC, are you willing to assess that risk? Are you willing to accept that risk? Because I, for one, am not. So 15 to 18 to 20 kids in a classroom, they can't socially distance 6 feet apart. They're not going to wear masks. I, for one, am not willing to accept that risk. It sounds like you think that people should. And let me just make a couple of comments here. And I don't want to be cut off. I don't want to think I'm told I'm talking too much or anything like that. But at the end of the day, we are being asked to make an impossible decision. Impossible decision. We can't please everyone. We can't make this work for all the people in this county. But why are we expected to know more than anybody else and make a decision to make people's futures safe and healthy and academically strong? We can't. We can't. I, for one, am not willing to accept the risk of anybody's health, especially teachers, because parents can make different decisions for their kids, whether they like it or not, and whether they want to or not. And I'm not saying that that's a good situation either, but I am not willing to accept any risk on any level that anybody's going to be safe if we put kids back in the classroom, 18 to 20 students, be it K through 2 or K through 12 or whatever. I'm not willing to accept that risk. So y'all can weigh in and we can talk about this and we can try to figure it out as best we can. But I think we've been tasked with an impossible job to make decisions for people with no better information than anybody else in this whole county has. We just don't have that information. And we're being asked to make those decisions, and that's impossible for us. And I, for one, I'm going to err on the side of caution and say nobody's safe right now. And that's not going to be a popular comment, but I'm kind of tired of talking about it, and we can talk about whose risk and whose choices and where we go from here. But you know what? If my kid were in 3rd grade right now, he would not be in school. I cannot accept any risk at this point. And so I will leave my comment there for a second, and you all can chat about.
She can finish
Yes,
comment.
she gets 2 minutes. Okay, so Ms. Harris,
So,
go ahead, Mr. Collins.
so, you know, we all assess risks. We assess risks when we go to the store, to Walmart. We assess risks for ourselves and our families. So our job on the school board is not to assess risks to the parents. That is up to them. They are the solely responsible for that. So you have the best of both worlds here. You have in-person and virtual. I don't know why that we're getting into this stage. I mean, it sounds like it's coming along where
That's right, we're getting there.
everybody
We're
will
getting somewhere.
be happy, or most people will be happy. But you know, you do have to have sacrifices, and there are risks. There's no doubt about that.
So the biggest, go ahead.
I
Go ahead,
guess
Ms. Hawk.
the focus, getting back to Ms. Harris, is whether we have the staff. You mentioned teacher buy-in, whether the attitude and the willingness of the staff to take those risks, to me, is the real question. I don't diminish their 100% desire to get back, but how have we heard, how have we assessed the buy-in of the staff? Across the board, educators, custodians.
Yeah, even for the custodians, this is a tall task because they're going to be working nonstop while they're there.
And thank you, Ms. Hawk, for always saying staff and not saying teachers.
Ms.
This is
Harris,
beyond,
please, Ms. Tyler, let Ms. Harris talk. Thank you.
well, she wasn't on the table right now, but okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Harris.
So we have put a lot of time discussing this. I mean, I think we all realize that it's going to come some point, kids have to come back to school. We're going to have to open the building up and get going. Are we a little apprehensive about the class size? Absolutely we are. I mean, I'm going to be honest with that. We've all had COVID training in our buildings. We all have the PPE that we need. And I mean, I don't know, it's not a principal in the school division is not going to give a staff member what they need to feel comfortable. We've made it pretty loud and clear. I mean, if you're not comfortable with this, let us know so we can move on. What we're tasked with, I just feel like in our thought process here, teachers just need to have some consistency. So if we're doing virtual, then let's let them do virtual. You know, they're into it, they're getting better. But you know, if last week we're gonna bring K through 2 back. Now we're gonna not. You know, we just need a direction, and we will make it work to the best that we can. I do feel like our custodians, I can't applaud them enough. We clean the bathrooms every hour because it makes it's the right thing to do, and it makes people feel good doing it. Well, we do the same thing when kids are there. K through 2 have bathrooms in their classrooms, so that does help a little bit. We just said that we're very aware of cross-contamination in classes, so we would not put people in situations that would promote that. We have systems in place from asking parents to help us do the health checks before they leave the house, to the temper checks, to how we're going to get them in the building. I do think the half day is a good start because it's kind of mirrors what we're offering anyway in the virtual world. And is it perfect? Absolutely not. But there's nothing that you're going to develop right now that's going to be perfect.
Understood.
So Ms. Harris, I do have a question. So for the students that are coming in person, how is their classroom going to look? I know that a lot of the schools have, especially for the younger kids, they've got the plastic partitions up, and they've implemented certain things. Have we started to work on that? Do we have anything that we can?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're going to have to get lean, the classrooms. I mean, teachers are aware that they're going to have to make, for example, just in my building alone, most of my kindergarten classes have tables, and we know we're going to take the tables out and put desks in, because that helps with spacing a little bit more than a table does. Yes, we would like to have plexiglass that kind of crisscross so we can have a small group. And the school division is working on getting all of those things. So.
We could. I did ask the principals directly, would those plexiglass type dividers per workstation, not knowing how teachers would prefer or what would be best. And Ms. Harris is correct. At different schools, it may look differently. It may be one strategy doesn't work necessarily in another classroom, but certainly if those plexiglass dividers are something that they would believe would make it safer, then we would do everything we could to procure those and make sure those are in place in the classroom. Can I, I do want to mention what we have done, and I greatly appreciate it. What we have done is tried to maintain, and let's go back to the difference between the blended versus this proposal. One of the primary tenets is that we tried to secure those 4 contact days per week for each child. So earlier, Mr. Collins mentioned, could this be transposed into an augmented in any given number of grades? Certainly the design itself could be translated. The capacity then to maintain the 4 periods or the 4 days of contact could be threatened by what you'll hear later in terms of transportation capacity, other factors that we would have to consider. Okay, so in the context of K2, I think Ms. Harris, the group has done marvelous work to try to make some adjustments based on the feedback. I just want to keep an eye on future. Should we need to expand then, it's very likely then Another factor, particularly transportation, might force us to revisit kind of a throttling back to 2 days per week in order to accommodate other grade bands. So please understand that, but that's a very likely thing. We just have to assess then our capacity to do so.
So if, and Ms. Hawk said she didn't want to go into this next phase, but just since you brought it up, so transportation is the issue in, for phasing more elementary and middle and high. So those folks that are coming in person would be assessing their risk for their children on the transportation also. So if you minimize the transportation to 2 per seat, or whatever it is, to get the more children, then the parents would know that that's the case, and that risk would work for them.
I don't disagree at all. I think you're exactly right, Mr. Collins, and you'll hear later when Ms. Yuzierski presents the transportation data. Again, that's just something that would have to be considered, whether we would allow that type of bus load.
So I know we talked about you're going to discuss this maybe next week or something when we get more information on how the actual process flow for if there's a positive case. But I mean, I think it's very pertinent information now. So can someone explain what happens, right? Like, what is the plan right now if a teacher or student in a classroom in person exhibits COVID symptoms, has direct contact with a positive case, test positive or test negative? How is that? What happens next?
I thought that we had asked them if you could give us a presentation of that at the next work session so that we have a better understanding of that.
I did.
I think that is going to take a little bit more work and more of a visual in order for him to.
So I understand that part,
that.
but I believe that we're having this conversation today because we as a board voted last week, a bit prematurely in my opinion, to make a decision to bring K through 2 back to the buildings. And it doesn't matter if it's K through 2 or if it's K through 12. It doesn't matter the number of students. We currently have students in the building. We have staff in the buildings. We should have a plan in place for how that's being handled. So I don't think the question is we can get more information about seeing it in particular, but I would hope that someone here could answer the question of what happens when a teacher who is we were planning for this all along in theory, right? So what was the plan for a positive case in a classroom?
So let's start, because you mentioned several different scenarios, and I'll do my best to, and I believe Ms. Fisher's on the line. I don't know, John, if you want to see if you can enable her if she wants to expand on my answer. But so your first scenario, if a teacher, and we have had that case, if a teacher tests positive, is that your first?
I mean, it doesn't matter, sure.
Okay, so it's the very process I explained earlier in the meeting. That teacher then, once we're made aware of that, we do the initial interview of the teacher to define a preliminary list of close contacts using the criteria that, provided by the Virginia Department of Health. We then forward that list. In the meantime, those who are potential close contacts temporarily are informed to quarantine. They are then contacted by the Virginia Department of Health. That's where we collaborate with them to refine that list, perhaps, if they discover, either their timeline or that there are some that are not actually close contacts. They can advise them that way.
Okay. So I guess I'll spare you a little bit of trouble and you don't have to go through all the scenarios, but I guess what I was getting at, it stemmed from a conversation about the classroom setup. So I know we've heard feedback from teachers that the classroom setups, like right now, they're set up for virtual instruction, right? Because that's what we're doing. And the classroom will be set up differently for in-person instruction. So dialing back a few steps. So my question, so we bring kids back into the school and we'll say a teacher, it also applies to being a student, but say a teacher tests any of those things, because by most standards in other organizations, if they're, regardless of whether or not you tested positive, you tested negative, you are experiencing symptoms, or you have had direct contact, you are required to quarantine, self-isolate for 14 days. So say one of those things happen and a teacher is supposed to self-isolate for 14 days. What happens to the class and how does the instruction continue?
Based on, I can answer that a little bit. Our intent with the plan that we created would be that if it happens, a COVID case was in the classroom and we had to quarantine that particular class because they shouldn't really be cross-contaminating while they're there, then the teacher could jump right back on and do virtual if the teacher was not sick in any type of way. And it's the same schedule that they would have, 9 to 11. So that was kind of our thinking along the way with that. If it's a teacher, then it's going to be like, if they're sick, then we would have to get a substitute, and then still, probably because a class, if it was quarantined, would still have to offer the virtual. So instruction could keep going. I'm not really expecting teachers to dismantle their virtual setup. If you've ever been in an elementary classroom now, it looks, it's a joke in our school, we call it the command centers of each classroom, with the monitors and stuff. So we're trying to be creative to keep that intact, because any given day things could kind of derail, if you will, and we need to be ready to kind of keep moving with the instruction. So
Right.
that we have thought about that.
Okay. And as far as the substitute situation is concerned, how does that work both in person and if a substitute needed to teach, like if a class was virtual for whatever reason and needed a substitute? How does that, because I know like the teachers have accounts and are on Google, all the different, it's a little harder than just walking into a classroom. So how does that get addressed?
Well, we have emergency lesson plans. All teachers are required to do those. So we even have those now in our virtual world. The good thing is at the elementary level, our teams collaborate phenomenally. So most of the teams, we have a team leader at each grade level. So we have emergency plans there. So we have had teachers that teach virtual that have been sick. So we put modules in, and so that way the instruction keeps moving. It might not necessarily be the direct in-face direct teaching that they normally get, but there are lessons there for them.
Okay.
They're recorded lessons mostly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you want to move on?
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Harris again.
Mary
And her-
Fisher's on the line. I heard Mary Fisher's on the line. Can we hear from her?
I think, did you need any more clarification? We do have access to Ms. Fisher if you wanted.
There was a question targeted to her, and she's on the line now. Can we hear her answer?
I think Ms. Harris answered that question. Ms. Gonzalez, are you okay with the answer that you got?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay,
fine.
we can move on.
Can I ask one final question before it's a yes or no answer? So Ms. Harris, since you obviously have put a lot of the info into the, the detail, do you personally, as principal, of the elementary school with us of Potomac, do you feel that the benefit of having the students back in the classroom now under the new set of, the new conditions in the numbers, the classroom numbers that would potentially be required, do you believe that the benefit of that in-person instruction outweighs the risk of loss of instruction time as folks readjust at this point in the semester, and also to the safety and health of teachers, students, and staff?
Can I clarify, what's the lost instructional time?
Well, so we talk about so we start the virtual, kids, the transition time, right? So there's been a lot of chatter, right? So as we transition, there will be some lost instructional time as kids readjust to the new process and the, how the day goes, right? So talking about like at the beginning of the year when kids come back to school, there's a period of adjustment. So now there's gonna be another period of adjustment, probably the most for the in-person kids, not so much maybe for the virtual.
So, you asked a question to Ms. Harris, what she feels.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's an appropriate question for a member of the school board to ask an employee. Kind of puts them in a precarious situation to ask them how they feel. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
I agree. Ms. Harris.
I'm not offended by your question. Anytime that we make a change, it takes a time to build a routine, and our little ones need the most time sometimes to build a routine. So whether it outweighs it or not, that's one of the outliers you're gonna need to know going into it. It's gonna take a routine. Just getting kids on a bus is gonna be a routine. Get them out of cars is gonna be a routine. So yes, there will be some disruption in that, and it's gonna take a little time to get everybody on track and get it going. Just like virtual's been. I mean, the first 2 weeks, I'm sure it was horrible for parents. It's all new to everyone, but now we're in week 6 and it's moving a little better. It's like anything. The more you do it, the better you're going to get. At some point, I do feel like, it's nice to start with a small group or population of kids instead of going full school and then finding out what doesn't work. I don't really know. I don't have all the answers. All I can do is, put a plan in front of you that best meets the needs that we have in front of us with the staffing and the resources we have at this time.
That's good answer, Ms.
Yep.
Anderson.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
I think it's important, I've done just some quick math as a hypothetical. If you had 22 students in 5 sections of any grade level at any school, we know from the current or the most recent survey that about 60%, it came to what, 60-40, about 60% of that number of 110 kids would give you 66 kids then to accommodate in person. But let's not forget on the flip side, that gives more than a classroom number of students still to accommodate on the virtual side. So as a staffing issue, certainly there may be some need for those virtual teachers to maintain that morning block. They may need to schedule within their class, so to speak, to make sure those students are receiving that instruction simply because of the numbers. So yes, we've talked a lot here about we need to be transparent about the fact that we may not have 12. We certainly won't have 12 kids where we can socially distance. We may have 18, we may have 20 in a face-to-face classroom. But conversely, we also do have a larger group because we're dedicating just that one of 5 teachers to the virtual. We may have a larger group in that virtual section, so to speak. That is kind of a trade-off to offer both models, to not take one model or the other away from the equation. That's simply a concession that we have to accept. So I just want to make sure, because I know we've been concentrating on the in-person. I just didn't want to turn a blind eye to the virtual as well.
So what is the maximum number of students we currently have in our virtual classes?
I would assume to be, I don't know the maximum, I think it would be up to 24, but probably closer to 22, 23 students.
And that will be maintained? That's what we're shooting for, correct?
In a virtual classroom?
Yes.
That's my point, is it may not. It
might
may
go
not.
more,
You may have,
or-
it really depends, as Ms. Harris said, when we go back and teachers make contact with families, which by the way would be the plan if we pursue this, for teachers to make contact to confirm, present the new context. The last survey presented a context that is no longer applicable. So they need to go back and say, hey, here's what it would look like. Here are the possible numbers. Is your preference, we don't want to assume that your preference for a blended translates automatically to a, yeah, we'll do the 4 days a week in person still. I've received several emails where folks very much want their students back in school, but they want them back when it is safe, in their opinion, to do so. And I agree with you, that's their decision to make in terms of assessing risk. But once we know those numbers for certain, then the mathematics, in most cases, would probably not fall out very neatly into packages of 22. So there would be need to have some flexibility in terms of, making those local school decisions, even grade level decisions about how to best schedule the instructional services for our students. Just wanted to bring that up because that's likely then the reality of it when it comes to fruition.
So we could be asking students, teachers to have 18 kids in their classroom on the in-person day.
Correct.
And that's a lot. That's a lot.
I agree with Ms. Tolliver. I think that number is
Too
way too big
many.
for what we're trying to work with. I know the arguments about, folks are out shopping at Walmart and other places, but that's very different than being confined in a classroom with 20 small children and trying to make sure they wear their masks and don't touch each other and all these sorts of things. So I know, I know that revisiting previous votes and decisions is not usually a recommended practice for governing boards. But the situation that we're facing is entirely unprecedented. It's highly polarized, emotionally charged, and the decisions that we make as a board have far-reaching consequences. I know students are struggling. We hear all about it. I know parents are struggling. I know that teachers are struggling. Things are not working well for a lot of people, but it seems to me, this is great. You have all done an amazing amount of work, but I believe that there was a vote last week to adopt a plan that had not had time to be fleshed out. But just because we made a premature decision doesn't mean we have to stick with it. And just because things aren't working well for everyone right now in the virtual environment, I don't necessarily believe means that the only solution has to be to send everyone back in the classroom. I know that applies to like the 5 days a week, conversation that really started last week. But, I think it's important to point out that the King George County School Division is an employer, right? Like we are responsible for providing a product and a service, and we can't do that if we risk the structure that is required to, you know, provide that product. And in that case, this is our teachers, and I am glad to hear that it sounds like this is maybe a workable solution in some capacity, but I think we're risking a lot. And there's been a lot of commentary that teachers are mission essential workers and that they should really, you know, suck it up and get back to work. But you know, I think we've heard from a lot. I know there have already been teachers that have resigned. I know I have, you know, heard from quite a few that have been updating their resumes and looking for new jobs for the first time in 20 years, and that's really alarming. So I just, you know, King George is not some booming metropolis with a plethora of surrounding school divisions where, you know, we can just, you know, pick and, you know, teachers can go find new jobs and we have all these teachers looking for new jobs. You know, I think we're at a pivotal moment. If we fail, I'm afraid that we're paying for it for years to come because we're going to drive people away from the profession. And we can't, no one can go back 5 days a week or 4 days a week for kindergarten through 2, you know, if we don't have enough teachers. And so I know we're working towards the plan, but I fear that we're going to spend this time working on the K through 2 plan when we could be and working it out, which we should have done before we voted on it last week, because there's so many factors and we need input from, you know, how many people are really going to be in the classrooms and what can the buses really handle and how do the bus drivers feel about wearing masks. There's been a lot of talk about that. I just think we could fix parts that aren't working right now without trying to shove everyone back in the buildings, because I'm not clear that the objective is to improve the experience for students so much as just get people back in the buildings.
Okay, so do we want to go ahead and move?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. And thank your staff.
So I think we need to move forward again and make a decision about where we're going to go in the next few weeks. I think that work sessions are important and they're valuable, but I think that we need to make a decision again about where we are right now and where we're going to go from here.
So I think that it'd be nice if we could let Dr. Benson and his staff go through the presentation.
I thought they did that already.
Got some
No, we
comments
still have a
going
long
on over
point.
there. I don't understand some things. So, you know, last time we met, we were talking about getting the kids back to school, and people were talking about emails and so forth about they don't want their kids to go back to school. They want it virtual. So presented in front of us is both an answer to both things. I don't know why we're kicking the can down the road or even entertaining a new vote when you're getting your cake and eating it too. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know that we've started to talk about a vote or anything. I mean, I think we really need to let Dr. Benson and his staff get through the presentation. I think there's still a lot of things that need to be worked out, but, you know, I think we need to move forward. And, you know, I think that what's most important is we need to, like you said, Mr. Collins, you know, give parents a choice. So let's see how this looks. Let's move forward and continue to listen so we know what's going forward.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned before, my interpretation of the closing of your last meeting was that you wanted to look or dedicate time during work sessions to then looking forward, not just at the issue that was brought to you that night. So I have asked, and I appreciate in advance, Dr. Boyd, our high school principal, and Ms. Collins, the middle school principal, to bring you just some instructional considerations, kind of food for thought. There's no proposal or plan that they're bringing. This simply was trying to anticipate and underpin discussions you may want to have, or at least give you a context to then ask for further clarification or information for future work sessions. So unlike Ms. Harris's, you know, we are at a different point in talking about secondary. So with that introduction, I want to thank my colleagues for putting time in above and beyond to bring you information that they've assembled for your consideration. And then again, we'd be happy to take feedback from you all in terms of future information you'd like to see or have shared with you. So with that said, I'll introduce Dr. Boyd, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
First. Thank you.
All right, good evening, board. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to talk with you this evening. I know that there's not a secondary option on the table right now, but I know there will be eventually when we move forward, and I want to make sure that I can provide some information that will inform the board and also everyone
Hey,
that's at
Dr.
home
Thank you.
as well. So I wanted to give you guys some information on kind of where we are, the thought process that we've used, the framework that we've used to consider instructional options at the secondary level. So if you take a look at the first slide in your packet that says King George High School instructional considerations, I want to talk to you a little bit about those gears. And this was the considerations that we made in devising a plan. I can tell you that typically in the summertime, we start really at the end of May and begin planning with a master schedule, with a number of considerations on what the next school year will look like. I can tell you this year, there were multiple times where we sat down as an instructional staff, as an administrative staff, and to begin that planning process was, as you all know, being in the middle of it right now, was extremely difficult to do. So it took a long time to devise kind of a framework, and I want to talk to you guys a little bit about how that framework looks, because I think it'll help inform the conversation as we move forward. There were three main factors that we considered that we considered our charge in devising the plan. Public health measures and compliance was obviously important, and we'll talk about how we've got some health mitigation strategies that we're employing at the high school. Protecting our most vulnerable and providing an education for our most vulnerable is also a high consideration. And then obviously the job that we've all been charged to do is providing a quality educational experience for our students. So those three factors were weighed heavy in our decision-making process. And I want to talk to you about the two pillars there you see on either side of that slide. We were resolved early on to make sure that the plan that we devised did not limit students of opportunity. We've got a lot of students right now that are perched for success in post-secondary options, whether it be the workforce, the military, or college. And we wanted to make sure that as difficult as a time this is for everybody, we were still resolved to provide as much opportunity for our students as we could in whatever environment we were charged to teach in. So that was one pillar that we said, this is not going to be something that we negotiate. We're going to provide opportunity for our students. The other pillar was that our plan had to be responsive and adaptive to change, because as we sit here this evening, we are still talking about change and how that plan is going to look. And I can promise you that since March 13th, we have talked every day, and then every next day was a different conversation about what education was going to look like. So we were resolved again to make sure that we were responsive, that our plan was responsive to whatever program we were asked to push forward, and that we could adapt. So I'll talk to you a little bit about what we decided to do and how that'll inform our plan as we move forward. So if you turn to the next slide. The main backbone of the plan at the secondary level is that our instructional staff can teach in 3 mediums. And that's what you see below. I'll go back to that data, that hard data up top, because that'll inform our conversation as well. But we wanted to make sure that, and I'll say that this has turned into a tall task, but our teachers, and if I had all night, I could tell you the amazing jobs that they have done and the countless hours. And I'm telling you right now, most of our instructional staff is putting in 10-hour days to take what you did in a classroom and turn that into an online environment is no small task. So the charge was to make sure that we could provide in-person instruction, which we've always done and are quite competent in doing, to make sure that we can provide synchronous instruction online, and also to make sure that we could provide asynchronous instruction. We thought that if we could do that, provide instruction in those 3 mediums, then we could meet any student where they were and take them to where we wanted them to be. So when it came to students that didn't want to come to school, we had the synchronous option. When it came to those that were ready to take that risk and come in person, that's something we've always done. And then we've had, obviously, as you've heard, students that have connectivity issues and other issues at home that we can't control as well as we did in the school environment. So we made sure that we had asynchronous options for those students that could access education outside of the regular school day if they needed to. So that was our resolve. That's what our plan was. And I can tell you that our teachers have done an amazing job of providing instruction in those three mediums. I can tell you that as we've worked, and this has been a conversation as well, and it's worth talking about for a minute, to do those three things simultaneously is extremely difficult. To be able to, and we've talked a little bit about the hybrid environment, to be able to provide synchronous instruction and in-person instruction at the same time. I'll be honest with you, personally, I didn't appreciate that challenge on the front end of this planning process, but in meeting with our instructional staff, talking with our teachers, that is the impetus of a lot of anxiety right now. Having to look at a group of a dozen students on a computer screen and looking over that computer screen at another group of a dozen students, that's a very challenging thing to do right now. So we've talked about how we can do that a little better as we move forward, and I'll tell you some of the considerations there. Some of the data I want to talk about real quick, because there's been some options that talk about how we create a master schedule. There's been some options about, or some conversations, I would say, about taking our staff that currently is medically exempt and pairing them with students that are opting for the 100% virtual model. That's an extremely difficult thing to easily do. The complexity of our schedule, of our master schedule, I think is kind of illustrated in some of this data. I want to go over it really quickly. The current enrollment at the high school is 1,421 students. You can see in the slide that breaks down into the numbers. I won't read all the numbers, but the blue, gold, and virtual groups. I put a plus and minus at the end of that because those are going to constantly change. So we've got to be prepared for that change. And that's a challenge in itself. Our instructional staff, we've got 97 teachers at the high school, 11 paraprofessionals, and currently we have 12 medically excused teachers. So the way that's going to look is our teachers that will not report to the building are going to remain in the synchronous environment. They're going to provide that instruction from home. We will use our projectors and our screens and drop those down, and those teachers will provide instruction from home. What we will need, though, the challenge is that we will need some level of supervision in that classroom for the number of students that have chosen the in-person option, if that makes sense. So that's one demand that I know you guys have discussed a little bit. Our master schedule has 291 total sections right now, and there's 174 unique course offerings. So to say it's a Rubik's Cube is an understatement. There are a lot of moving parts, and to divide that up and cut it into different sections is very challenging to do. So that, again, is why really the only option that availed to us in planning this was to keep student opportunity at the level that it was when we were in the building, and make sure, as challenging as it was, that our teachers could provide instruction in those three mediums so that we can meet students anywhere. So that's what we've devised to do, and that's what we hope to do as we move forward. If you take a look at the next slide, I've got the tortoise and the hare there, and a very real part of this conversation that I think needs to be considered is pacing. There's been some options in discussion about limiting the number of instructional days. I can tell you that all high school courses have a prescribed set of competencies, SOLs. They all have to arrive at a certain point. As you guys know, Betsy DeVos has said SOLs will occur this year. SOLs are going to happen this year. So in order for our students to be prepared for those SOL assessments, we have to maintain a pace that's going to get us there in that amount of time. So I just want to be clear. It's very difficult to say currently we have 4 days of in-person or 4 days of synchronous instruction going on, and if we were able to devise a master schedule where we would limit that number of instructional days, it would severely affect our ability to pace at the rate that we need to get to where we need to by the end of the semester. Next slide. I think one of the things that we want to make sure that we understand, because everyone's being asked right now to consider options and to consider not only personal decisions for their children. I want everyone to know that, and it's sad to say this because we all, teachers and everybody, want to come back into the building. I've had teachers in my office in tears because they want. The reason we've gone into this business is because we love children and we want to work with children, and to not have that is tearing some of us apart. I mean, I've had some very deep conversations with teachers that all of them want us back in the building. But when we get back in the building, it's important to know what it's going to look like. And I think it helps us kind of assess risk if we understand what it's going to look like in the building. And I know some of the questions this evening have to do with what it's going to look like in the building. So right now, just with our instructional staff in the building, this is some of the guidelines we're following, and it'll certainly be the guidelines that we hope to follow if we get to the point where students are able to get back in the building. So again, it's things that we know, making sure that everyone's wearing a mask, maintaining 6-foot social distancing. We have one-way traffic in the hallway right now. If you've been around the building, we will need help with the intensified cleaning protocols. We have our custodial staff right now that is doing an amazing job. We have the CDC guidelines on cleaning procedures that we're following to a T. Those are broken down into areas that have to be cleaned daily, areas that have to be cleaned hourly, and areas that have to be cleaned after every use. I can tell you that they do an amazing job of the daily responsibilities. They do an amazing job of the hourly responsibilities. When we get down to the after every use, it will be a team effort. It'll be an effort that's involved our instructional staff already with them in this building, and it will be one that hopefully everyone is willing to help with as far as secondary students are concerned. So that's a real challenge. Limiting the exchange of papers and supplies and balls and everything else that we're using would be a consideration, and limiting travel away from the classroom and your desk whenever possible would be a consideration we'd have to make in order to mitigate as much risk as we could moving forward. So last thing for me, and I'll turn it over to Jennifer. With that said, in-person can be done. It certainly can be done. If, and I'll go through some of these quickly, if teachers can deliver instruction in 3 mediums effectively. And I'm here to tell you they can. Doing it simultaneously is, like I said, a real challenge. But the backbone of this school is our instructional staff, who's amazing. And they do a wonderful job of it, and they have done a wonderful job of it since August 3rd. Couldn't talk about it enough. We can return to in-person instruction if long-term substitutes can be secured for our medically exempt teachers, which right now we're up to 12. And additional substitutes can be available for typical teachable absences. And we've talked, that's a real challenge. I can tell you on an average day, we have anywhere between 6 and 10 substitutes. Those would likely be the substitutes that would be first in line to take these long-term positions, which would take us into a second tier of substitutes and would stretch us a little bit right now, just to be clear. The next if is if instructional pacing isn't compromised. So again, any plan that we would consider moving forward, we would have to make sure that we still have that instructional time available. Any seasoned teacher would tell you that even when we were in the building, to arrive where we had to with all of the material and SOLs that are expected to be covered, that was stressful when we were in person. To be able to do it now is a real challenge. So any option that we would consider moving forward, I would say we would have to make sure that we provide time to cover the instructional material. If students and staff can adhere to all health mitigation strategies and help with the cleaning protocols. So again, I went over those. We would have to make sure that, and that would be our responsibility, and that's something that we could do as far as encouraging everyone to make sure that they follow those protocols, but I'm confident in thinking that we could. And then finally, and most importantly, if students' opportunity isn't limited. So we have already, all of our students in our master schedule right now have started the school year. They've gone about a month or so with the current course opportunities that they've signed up for. They are graduation credits. They are very important to them. So we want to make sure that whatever options are discussed, we get these students to the finish line where they need to be in order to make those post-secondary plans. So that's where we are right now with our considerations, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Collins.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So there's 174 unique course offerings. How many course offerings are required for advanced diplomas and general diplomas? Are all 174 required?
No, sir. No, sir. You would need 22 credits for a standard diploma and 26 credits for advanced studies diploma. Is that what you
No, I
were
was talking
referring to?
about the unique course offerings. So are all 174 course offerings, do you need all those in order I'm talking about opportunity, to have the advanced diploma or the general diploma? Do you need all those classes?
No, sir. So if you're talking about an individual child, every child has 32 opportunities to acquire the credits they need to graduate. Now, those come in all different forms and fashions, and all of those students right now are currently in whatever course track that is most appropriate for them. So there's no short answer to that, honestly, but obviously with 32 opportunities, they're not going to have 79 courses, if that makes sense. I hope that answers.
But they do have elective requirements for the diploma. And so within those sections that you're referencing lie the elective opportunities that students would take. So unless they would need to take an elective. So unless you are willing to either reduce opportunity, you would have to reduce opportunity for students if you were going to make a reduction in the sections of courses offered. Is that where you're going with that?
No. Yes
Okay.
and no. I was asking if all the courses we offer, 174, do all those in order to get an advanced or general, or all those included, do you have to have all those 174? Is there any of them that you do not need to get an advanced or general diploma?
Is there any that you do not need? No. They all 174 courses in some fashion will satisfy a graduation requirement.
Yes. But they don't have, do they have to take one of the 174? In other words,
Could we cut choir and force every student to take band?
Be careful, I didn't think that.
Well, just as an example, you're saying, could we cut one elective?
Choir and band guy, so
let me be more generic then, that's fair. If we were to cut, you're suggesting if we were to cut certain elective offerings and funnel students into a more limited pool of elective offerings is what you're asking?
That is not exactly, but it's close.
Yeah, there'll be many sections in terms of the core that would be required. I mean, outside of the core classes that are spelled out as graduation requirements, you're really into elective offerings that we offer our students. And at that point, I can't help but I can't see any other scenario where you would, following the premise, I assume, you would need to funnel then students into a smaller number of courses, which would require then a corresponding reduction in those elective offerings. You simply would have to do that if I'm following your premise correctly.
If you had the in-person and virtual, the virtual wouldn't take phys ed, right?
Well, phys ed is a graduation requirement, so they would still have to take phys ed. Online, which they currently do. Yeah.
So I have a question. Do you think it's any possible way that a student could take virtual classes and in-person classes within a day? Is there a way that you can?
The same person?
Yes, the same student. Like if he or she had classes, all in-person classes in the morning, and then chose some virtual classes in the evening, that in the afternoon, that they could go home and satisfy those class requirements.
It would theoretically, it would be a possibility. It would be a challenge. It would be a challenge for a student to. Well, I guess they can be anywhere with their computer, quite frankly. So I'm just thinking about logistically how they would do that from a certain location and then come to school. But Short answer to your question is yes, they could do that.
Yeah, I'm thinking like the seniors or the juniors that drive to school, or if their parents want to pick them up, or there's a specific class that's only offered, they can fit it in their schedule in the afternoon and it's only virtual. Or, even going further, is there some way that we could provide locations within the school that if there's a certain class that they want to take and it's offered virtual, and that one period that they have open, would there be somewhere in the facility in the building that they could go and just sit and take that class?
And we have that now. We have courses that are offered through Virtual Virginia.
Yeah.
Where we have a smaller population of students that would enroll in the course, like 1 or 2 students. So Virtual Virginia has a large number of course offerings for things like Latin and other courses that we don't offer here.
Right.
So those students will go to a computer lab in the building now and access those courses virtually.
And then is there any way that the teachers that are exempt, that they would be able to teach just all virtual classes?
You mean they would teach all virtual. So they would
teach
be
all
at
virtual.
home. My vision is that they would be at home, providing synchronous instruction like they are now from home. We would just invite students back, drop the screen in the classroom, have the projector on, and have that teacher provide that instruction to those students with that smaller group of students in the classroom.
Perfect. So you're just thinking outside the box a little bit. That's all I wanted to.
But you still need supervision for that.
But we would still need supervision for the number of students in that classroom.
Just to clarify though, your question, are you asking if that course could be taught, if they could be assigned to a dedicated course section that would be taught virtually? Or are you asking, would that teacher be able to teach from a remote location? Two different.
I think he answered both questions. I think he answered yes.
I'm not sure he answered and I'm pretty certain we didn't commit to it falls out as neatly to dedicate virtual sections of a particular course to just a teacher who would teach virtually, and assume that the remaining students who want to take it in person, that there would be staffing, much like the elementary, the numbers don't fall out as neatly all the time that way, much like the Rubik's Cube example that he brought up.
Yeah, I don't
you
think
would have to work with that staff. You would not necessarily have on-demand virtual courses available no matter the time that it would, because they are all hinged together. One, from a master schedule standpoint, one has implications, one section can be created, but it has implications for when you offer other sections to accommodate students' varied schedules, the 8 classes or over the course of the year they select.
I don't think I was meaning sections. I'm not following you, but I got my answer.
Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that one was not synonymous with the other, though.
I don't think so. No. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd.
Ms. Collins has also graciously offered to come and talk to you a little bit in kind of parallel terms as far as the middle school. Although the middle school, certainly a little different context than the high school in terms of the number of courses they offer over the course of the year and their scheduling as well. So thank you, Ms. Collins, for coming.
Thank you for having me. Yes, our master schedule, our students take 6 classes. In a normal year, it would be a 6-period day where they would have 6 different classes and then a Fox's Den, which is their instructional time, remediation time. We're not currently running our Fox's Den, but if you look at our master schedule, and I gave you some statistics there, our enrollment is 739 students. We're about evenly split on 7th and 8th graders. We probably don't need to talk about blue and gold students because we're beyond that right now. You can see that our in-person desirability is about 70%, which is probably a little bit higher than some of the other schools. We have 49.5 teachers and 7 paraprofessionals, and 9 of our teachers have been medically excused from the in-person teaching, which will complicate things when we start talking about that. But looking at our master schedule, we have 201 total sections and 61 unique different course offerings. And to explain what that is, like we have an English 7 class, we have an English 7 tag class, we have an English 7 self-contained for special ed students. That counts for 3 different course offerings. of those 61 different course offerings, I have 25 singleton classes. Like I have symphonic band, I have jazz ensemble, I have women's select chorus, geometry, 7th grade algebra 1. All those different classes make our master schedule more like a Rubik's Cube. And even with 6 classes, that would make it, you know, an actual cube. That's just my math geekiness. Sorry. So like I said, during a regular school year, our students would be having their 6 classes in a Fox's Den. That means our teachers teach 5 classes in a Fox's Den. So right now they are teaching 5 classes and they have 1 planning period. We built our master schedule with an instructional desirability in mind that our common departments have common planning period. And we didn't want to change that up this year. It didn't make sense. Our goal was to make our master schedule as normal as possible because our intent is that hopefully that our year might finish out on more of a normal basis. So we offered our class. Yes, our students are taking PE online because it's a required class. We are offering all of our electives to our students. We did not limit them. The way we do build the master schedule, though, is with the singletons. They have to be spread out so that there's not as many scheduling conflicts. And you also have to look at class size and teacher certification and all those things when you build it. So those are just some of the backgrounds on it. Like I said, during a normal year, we have a 6-period day, but this year we chose to do the alternating where we have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd period on Mondays and Thursdays, and 4th, 5th, and 6th on Tuesdays and Fridays. And the rationale behind that was to try to be able to meet all of the health screenings. And, you know, not having ever done that, we don't know how long it's going to take for us to unload, you know, all the students off the bus, screen them, get them in the building, get them safely travel from class to class. Plus, we wanted to reduce the amount of time students were in the hallway. So the basis for why we chose to go on that this year was simply because we're trying to keep our students safe, keep our staff safe, and educationally maximize the time that teachers have with them, whether it is on the computer, virtually, or in person. I don't want to go into all of the typical day health mitigation strategies because Dr. Boyd already talked about that. All the schools have the same responsibilities for student and staff safety, and we have similar strategies for accomplishing them. So, you know, frequent hand washing, wiping down. Our students have always had to wipe down their tables. That's been something, it goes with our school mission of building productive citizens. So they're used to doing that. They have to wipe their cafeteria tables down every day. So yes, they will be helping with wiping down the desks. That, you know, that's just the way it is. I have 2 slides worth of questions to consider. We need to consider whether or not we have adequate space to serve all those students who want in-person learning and still adhere to the CDC recommendations of the 6 feet of physical distancing. And the answer to that is maybe we do. Our average core classes run about 22 to 26. 8th grade has a little bit more. Some of them are as large as 29. And again, it depends on some of those singleton classes. You have 1 class, so it might be a little bit larger than another one. Some of our elective classes, our performing arts classes, range between 30 and 55 students. That's, you know, much larger. If we're looking at, you know, let's just say 60% choose to come in person, then our core classes would have a daily attendance of 16 in-person students. And we need to look at the middle school. A typical classroom with 6 feet could hold about 11 or 12 students. But if we relax that to the 3 feet that has been suggested, then we can hold 15 to 18 students. Our large performing arts classes could meet in our auditorium. So the answer to that question is maybe. It depends on the risks that you choose to add. I am concerned, and my next question is the same thing that Dr. Boyd talked about. Can we consistently apply the health mitigation strategies to conduct the instruction, wearing the masks all day long? I mean, it's going to be something that we've never done before. So, but we're going to do the very best that we can. My building is still under construction, and it's It's been a really long project. It's almost done, but right now we're still going. We are not slated to finish until mid-November. And then we'll still have crews in the building for another 30 days beyond that. Right now, they are currently working in the old library and all the classrooms that surround it. So that area is off limits, and the ceilings are still down, and they're doing a lot of updates in there. Another question that we need to think about is how we're going to support our teachers and our staff to prevent burnout and increase stress, because we've talked quite a lot about how, well, we just got used to virtual learning, and that's true. And I think every day and every week we've gotten better at that, and we've kind of made that path. And now we're talking about another change, which change is hard, but we need to think about what our schedule at the middle school looks like with the 3 periods. Our teachers don't get a planning period every day, and that's a really tough thing. And if the students are going to be eating lunch in the classrooms, it's just, in our building, we need some additional staff to help us provide breaks for the teachers. So I think our building is in a different situation than the high school. And my last slide, the last set, I don't want to belabor the point on substitutes, but it's a real valid concern for having students in the building, because we have to have supervision for teachers that are going to be teaching remotely. Our plan at the middle school would have teachers teaching remotely and have the students supervised in the classroom, because I think that would work. We've certainly talked about it, and I think it could work. It's very similar to what they're doing now, but their students would just be sitting in their classroom and they would be teaching off-site. What I am most concerned about is, can we support both the in-person and the virtual learning as it exists currently with our current staff? And that I am not sure, because our current model for virtual instruction, that all students have 3 hours of live synchronous instruction and 3 hours of time within independent work with their teachers. And it's just not as simple as Dr. Boyd was talking about. Well, can't those teachers that are going to teach remotely just be the virtual teachers? It comes down to licensing, what they're certified for. So it's not an easy answer. And I do think it's unrealistic to think that the current model of everybody of virtual is going to be exactly the same when we go to in-person. So we have to be thinking about what will change and what that's going to look like. And we've certainly thought quite a lot about it, and we have some ideas of what some things might work better than others, but I didn't come here with a plan tonight. I just want you to think about some of the things at the middle school that we're concerned about. Our final question is, how can we adjust our daily schedule to better support both in-person and virtual learning? I would say right now that virtual instruction as it currently exists is working for the majority of our students. But we know it's not working for everyone, and our end goal is that we really want our students back in the building. So we have to figure out how to make that work and still satisfy everyone. If we are able to return 4 days in person, we need to think about what are we going to do for our students that still want that 100% virtual model. And we might need to lean on Virtual Virginia, like Dr. Boyd's already talked about, that might be something that, because I don't think that we can do everything for everybody and give it 100%, because once you change from one delivery system to another, I think it's just going to put more stress on our teachers. So I know it's not a great answer, but I think that really at this point, what we need to know is where we're going so we can fully plan, because we've been kind of in this ambiguous zone of not being able to move forward. So.
Great, thank you very much. Have any questions?
Yeah, can I ask a question? So thank you both for those overviews. They're very helpful. My question, I think maybe is more for Dr. Benson, and this is overall, it would apply to all schools, all teachers. So the COVID tests right now, most people, right, when they go get one, it takes 2 to 3 days to get results back. But there are the rapid tests available. I think, right, insurance doesn't pay for them, so you can go and pay. has anyone considered potentially, I know we've already like put our proposal forth to the Board of Supervisors, but looking at getting county money to be able to provide rapid tests for that would, that would cut down on the window of time when there are exposures or like folks testing positive, you would get results back faster.
We have not.
Okay. And then from a student population standpoint, I mean, I know like colleges are implementing things like random testing for students at, like at a very, at periods of time. Has there been any thought to that in an attempt to, better monitor and understand, the transmission across our student populations? and
No, we
teachers?
have not entertained thoughts of randomly testing students. Is that you're suggesting?
Yeah,
No,
a
we've not, is
consideration.
the answer to the question.
Would
Not
there-
saying that well, I'd have to see if legally we would have the standing to require random testing. I'm not sure we have that standing. I'd have to
You'd have
research
get
that.
I would
So-
think you'd have to get parental.
Right.
So
Right.
can I address that, Ms. Gonzalez?
Sure.
So you were talking about the quick tests?
Yeah, yes. I think it's
ones
the same test, but yes.
Not the ones that take a couple days or a week.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to know how much they cost.
So they're about $90,
How much
90 some dollars.
a piece?
hmm
And so that was one of my questions earlier about the CARES Act, how much money has been spent. So how much money could be redirected if we were allowed to do that by the Board of Supervisors to those, but only use those rapid tests for. So I went to a doctor's office today and the lady explained to me they use rapid tests for the patients that are getting the surgeries and any of the staff who exhibit symptoms. So it wouldn't be given to everyone every day, but it'd be available so you could answer questions immediately of whether someone should be there or not.
Okay. But I know there are instances in which so there are college campuses that can do random testing. So I assume there's some other, there's a loophole somewhere in there.
Random testing is in just walking up to a student and say, I want to test you, or if they
I
have
believe
this.
so.
Okay, that's not.
So some
Yeah,
colleges are
I
doing
would have a
testing,
really hard time just going up to anybody
Okay.
and saying, hey, I want to
Like
give you a test. And I don't
everyone
think the parents would
every
be
2
willing
weeks
to
or
let
so
their
forth.
child be tested at will.
Well, we have an age of majority issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay. I'm just write
I
this
was
down.
Can I weigh in on the last two presentations? I just want to thank Dr. Boyd and Ms. Collins
Loves to hear about me.
immensely. Excuse me?
You interrupted Mr. Collins again. Could you please just wait and let Mr. Collins finish the statement? Thank
I
you.
didn't hear him. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
So I was suggesting the rapid testing to use as a mitigation, not to be used on every student, but to be used when necessary to see if someone shouldn't be there to mitigate
Right.
further
Yeah,
exposure.
Yeah, I agree. I was just throwing it out there as I'm not saying that I'm promoting that. I was just there are different ways to try to mitigate, right? And so, you hear a lot about folks that are asymptomatic but are still carriers, that sort of thing. You just trying to think outside the box, things that hadn't been considered, ways that maybe we could, in support of getting everybody back in buildings, doing it safely and trying to minimize our exposure and identify where there are breakouts. And I specifically for teachers, it was just a consideration if that would help folks, be more comfortable being able to go and say, confirm yes or no, they haven't been exposed or have, or so on and so forth. Like I
do
said.
think that there certainly would be a different discussion, which you're indicating, a different discussion for staff that there would be for students. Very different issues. But
Yeah.
I think that certainly is something that in our long-term planning, we would need to consider.
I think Mrs. Fisher would have to look in to see the legalities behind us testing our students. I personally feel that's a big issue. I
Oh,
would not want
absolutely.
anybody to test my son
Absolutely.
outside of me knowing it or me taking him and getting it done where I
Right.
feel
And I'm
comfortable
sure every
doing that.
parent feels
Mhm.
that way.
So I've waited now. Can I talk now?
Yep, go ahead, Ms. Tolliver.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt Mr. Collins. And by the way, and all that things considered, teachers and staff can drug test kids without parents' permission. But all that aside, I thank Mr. Ms. Collins and Dr. Boyd for well thought out presentations and well-meaning questions and very much to consider. And I thank you for your time and your concerns and your considerations to this very difficult situation. I appreciate all the time that you put into providing your feedback and your questions, and Ms. Collins, especially to you, because the middle school is on a whole different schedule, that your world is different than the rest of the schools, and you have a whole lot more to consider. And I appreciate your time for doing what you did, and not being able to answer your questions is valid because we can't answer your questions either. So that's all I have.
So let me just clarify that I want the rapid test, what Mr. Gonzalez suggested, to have them available for like staff. They say, hey, I don't know if I should be here today.
Yep.
You know,
Mhm.
this is an option for you. That's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to go down a rabbit hole of,
Nope.
of you know, students and
Right, and
Yeah,
Yeah.
staff
I
is
think
good.
that's a good idea.
Students, questionable.
No, but if it helps,
But
I'm
again,
just,
understand your kids can be drug tested without permission. So that's just something to consider too.
This
just
is a
want to
little different.
reinforce with everybody that we do, all staff every day. Right now, no less when we would introduce students, every day would take a self-screening. And if they were feeling as such, where I don't know if I should be at work or not, the answer to one of those prompting questions would be no. And then they would self-remove themselves from coming to work that day. And we would certainly advise if their symptoms were such that they obtain that type of testing. But I'm not suggesting we can't do the idea. I think that we would look to probably partner with a health provider or something, because there's also not just the equipment, but I would think there'd be personnel needed
To run the tests.
to do that type of thing with specialized training. Certainly results. I don't know if we are equipped as a school system to create kind of a medical
well,
system.
they can do it themselves. It's, you know, the rapid
Right.
one, you do the thing, you put it in the thing, you shake it up, and it tells you. So they could do it themselves. But let's stay out of that rabbit hole for right now.
Okay.
Did you want to move on?
That's fine. I just, again, thank you, Dr. Boyd. Thank you, Ms. Collins, for coming and sharing that.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we've had discussions about capacity. Next are two aspects of capacity that have been mentioned, but not talked about specifically. So I shared with you numbers last time, just in the context of the K2, about our transportation fleet. What we have, the standard of one student per seat seated diagonally from each other. I've asked Ms. Yazierski to come and share with you all then kind of exploding those transportation numbers a little bit for you to give you a context of what if grade bands were included, or what is our capacity primarily. And then also you've heard some of the principals talk about medical exemptions. She has some information about staff and medical exemptions.
Could I please speak from here, because I'd like to point to some things on
Sure.
the chart. Would that be okay?
Fine with me.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Transportation, which God bless Ms. Piccarello and her staff, because they have been given a feat that sometimes we wonder, how are we going to do this every day? So let me give you some numbers for transportation. We have 67 buses in our fleet. We have special needs buses being used right now. We have 12 being used at this time that are transporting special needs students every day. We have 4 special ed spare buses, and we have to keep those as spare buses, because if we have a special needs bus that breaks down, I can't pull, or Mrs. Piccarello can't pull one of our regular buses over to transport special needs students. So that takes 16 out of our count of 67. Substitute buses, we have 14. We have no sub drivers at this time, so if there's anyone in this room or anyone out there listening who would like to become a sub bus driver, we will put that announcement up tomorrow. We have one that's pending. We had 3 pending, and then one, I believe we have one that we are waiting on a background check that we can approve at our next meeting. Drivers exempted due to CDC guidelines, there are 5. So that takes our buses down to 32 total buses that we have to transport students. Next slide, please, John. A couple months ago, if you will recall, Dr. Benson and several other superintendents in our region requested that we be allowed to deviate from the model of one student every other seat. And they were given that permission. So we are already at the medium risk as far as our transportation goes, with one student on every seat, or we can also allow family members to sit together on a seat if they choose. High risk is anything over one student per seat. So when deciding, well, how many, or for planning purposes, how many students can we put on a bus? So in thinking, there's some parameters that we have to keep in mind as well. We cannot use the seat directly behind the driver because it's not enough social distance between the student and the driver. And we need to make sure we keep all the drivers that we have to keep them safe. We also have to anticipate families may move from virtual to in-person learning. So that number could fluctuate of students who would need to have transportation. We need to allow for new families that move into the division. And then we also have to allow for changes in daycare situations that sometimes those change daily, weekly. We have to have, with all that being said, we have to have a few extra seats on buses when we're planning. So in talking with Mrs. Piccarello, we thought 20 students per bus. That is our number. So if you look at the next slide, oh, look at that little bottom thing right there. So our magic number, 20 students times 32 buses, magic number is 640 students that we can transport in one run. Okay? So in thinking about transportation for K2, if all of our K2 students decided to come back to school, that's 867 students, given the numbers, these numbers actually were from 2 weeks ago. That's our latest update on enrollment. So in order to transport those 867 students, if they all chose to return, we would need 43 buses. That's 11 more buses than we have. Most of our families, or 60% of our families, said they would send their kids back to school. That's 521 students. It's going to take 26 buses to do that. We can do that. We even decided, well, let's look at 70%. What if 70% of the families chose to send their students back? That number is 608. So we would need 30 and a half buses. So we can do that. Now, if you look at the next, and this is for planning purposes for down the road, the next slide would show transportation for 3 through 5. We can still transport, but it would have to be a second run. We could transport kids in 3 through 5 if 70% of them choose to come back, or if 60% of them choose to come back. Well, again, the 100% is way over our threshold. The interesting thing to look at is the next slide, 3 through 6. We can't accommodate adding that 6th grade in there. We don't have the transportation. So just put that out there number-wise so you all can see that. We worked on numbers. John, if you would advance the slide. For 7 through 8, we could do 7 through 8, but then you've got to decide, is 3-5 coming? Again, it's 2 runs. And there are also some things to consider with drivers as far as how long they can be on the road in a day. They can't drive all day long. So we have to make sure we stay within those guidelines as well. And then, Dr. Boyd, I'm sorry to tell you, there's not a grade level, I don't think, in the high school. Well, we could do 2 grade levels, but your numbers are extremely high at the high school. We couldn't do it even if just 60% of the kids came back. We don't have enough buses to transport. And then that would mean, again, are you going to ask K and 2 to stay home so you can transport the other grade levels? So that's where we are, at least with numbers and how we can transport students with the buses that we have. And I'll be glad to take questions about transportation. The last slide that I have, I am the lucky person that gets to receive all the medical exemptions. You will see right now that division-wide, we have 48 medical exemptions. And I've broken it down by school. I broke it down by professional and support staff. You can see that right now we have 33 professional staff members who have medical exemptions. That is concerning as far as substitutes go. It's also concerning even for support staff because we depend on those employees to perform valuable services each day. So we're looking at that right now. I've got to find 48 substitutes to cover the medical exemptions that we have today. I'm going to be honest, last week after your meeting, the next morning I had 4 medical exemptions in my email. And I do expect that those will continue to grow. Dr. Boyd, I think you had a plus or minus? Yes, I think we probably could add a plus there. Substitutes, right now we have 92 total in the division, which is actually a pretty good number of substitutes, considering we usually average about 50 a day on a normal day. If this number continues to grow, I am concerned about how will we cover our medical exemptions and just the daily substitutes that we have on a daily basis. And again, if anybody would like to sign up to be a substitute teacher, we will be more than happy to put you through the training and have you on our team.
Does a medical exemption mean that you can't work at all? In other words, you can't do virtual?
No, a medical exemption means that you have the accommodation to work from home.
Okay.
You can work from home.
So they're still employed and they still have a job.
They still are working.
Okay, so it's not like
They
we
just have
need
limitations.
that many people.
Well, if the kids come back to school, if the kids are in school,
If 40%
That would be
are doing
100%
virtual,
though.
pardon?
they would be doing the 40% virtual.
If they can, if that works. I'm not sure that's going to work in every situation.
And the one more question is, do we know how many parents bring their, drive their own children to school?
We could have,
Or the
We
high
have
school.
surveyed that.
we could approximate or develop a proxy based on the survey data. I mean, obviously, we'd have to ask each and every one. And of course, that can fluctuate by day, depending on family schedules, those types of things.
And also the high school kids that drive. I'm assuming that these numbers don't include any of that. This
They
is
do
if
not include the parent,
Parent bringing them in or the kids that are driving themselves
Correct.
to school.
but we did ask that in our original survey. So, and once we know exactly who's coming to school and how, that was another question. Are you driving? Do you need transportation? And the other thing, a lot of times transportation needs change for students from the morning to the afternoon. They might come to school on one bus, but they have to go home on another bus.
So I've always been curious at this, with the way it works. So you'll have one bus driver that could possibly bring in the high schoolers and then they'll do another round and they do the elementary schoolers, correct?
That's what they do now.
Okay, and then the middle school, they have their own set of bus drivers?
Wait,
Pretty
Valerie, you
much.
might have to help me with this one. Ms. Picarello is here. She might have to help me with these.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not like they're all, like, we're not going to be bringing all the kids in at the same time and multiple bus drivers are going to be doing multiple runs to multiple schools, correct?
Right now with K2, we have, it would take us, I believe it was 31 drivers to just transport K2,
At one per seat.
one per seat.
At 100%? No, at what percentage? It was that 70, 60, 70%?
60-40 for K through 2.
Yeah,
So if you wanted to eventually add 3-5, we could send those out for another, we could send those drivers that bring K2 in, then we could send them back out to bring in 3-5, but we do not have enough capacity to bring in 3-6.
so then in order to, once we get to the point where we're bringing back the kids to school, all of them, the K through 12, whether there's some miraculous thing that happens and the restrictions are lifted and all of a sudden we just go back to normal, right? Which more than likely isn't going to happen. But in order for us to get back to a point where we are going to be maybe at 60%, we'll be able to possibly alter the time schedules of when the classes start and end so that we could accommodate
Accommodate 2 runs.
accommodate 2 or however many runs
You
we need
still-
in order to
but
get all the students
No.
to
There's no
school.
limitation.
Because the limitations would be based on the time of that the drivers have.
We
They're
have
limited to 8 hours a day. Is that correct?
It's easy to look at it this way. Last year, where we were transporting all the kids every day, okay? Think about one elementary school, where it used to take us one bus, where we could fill that bus up. It is now taking us 3 buses to transport what we used to transport on one bus. So it's taking us 3 times the number of buses to be able to transport the number of students.
But we still don't know. I mean, that's just based on the objective that everybody's going to be bused. We really won't know what those numbers are, what we can actually do until we, right, and that's a 70%. So we really won't be able to know what we can do until we can find out if there's any way that, parents
That's
are bringing
another
in
risk that
children.
needs to be assessed.
Right.
Parents might
It
want
does have to be
they
assessed.
might want to have 2 kids per seat. That they'll
And that
accept
might happen
risk.
too. Well, and we also have siblings that are going to be coming to school together that can put two. So, I mean, even though these numbers are a baseline, there's a lot of wiggle room in there. And we're really not going to be able to know definitively until we get down to a survey and a commitment from the parents and understanding of the risk level that we're going to take.
We would make the parents aware that it is really important to do the survey. That way we can get a count. We did, like, as she said, we did leave some wiggle room on each of the buses, because if they're going down the road and there's a child standing there, we can't leave them standing on the side of the road.
Right.
We have to, so filling out the survey is really, really important.
We were trying to give you just a frame of reference. Granted, there is a huge assumption in there that does not account for students that would be privately transported to school, to and from school. But just to give you kind of a baseline, while there is wiggle room, so to speak, generally, it is true that we are limited to 2 runs that drivers are allowed to drive in terms of the number of hours per day without a rest, correct? Is that 8 or is it 10? Do you know the number? I didn't know. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. There's a certain number of hours,
10
either 8 or
hours.
10
We're hearing 10
per
hours out.
day.
Actually, they can't drive over, it's just like a regular public road. They can't drive over 8. But if you look at most of our drivers, some of them are driving exactly 8 hours a day. Because you're looking at, they do 2 runs in the morning, then they'll do 2 runs in the afternoon. So they're right at that, the tip there.
All that to say is that we couldn't squeeze a 3rd run, so to speak, in the morning and a 3rd run in the afternoon to accommodate more students at 1 per seat. What would have to, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
We'd have to accommodate more than 1 per seat. It would be the concession we would have to do if we were looking to transport more than 2 runs at 1 per seat, if that need existed. So that's why we wanted to put the numbers there to help kind of frame that for future discussion.
Yeah.
That is it. As far as staff, I appreciate their work, and we hope that we've given you enough information to kind of underpin this work session and advance your conversation. As always, we're happy to take guidance or feedback. Continue to compile information that the board may need to help inform your decisions. So, thank you. Again, thank you to my staff.
Thank you guys very much. Did a great job as usual.
Thank you, Beth. Thank you, Valerie.
Yes, all of Dr. Benson and your staff, we appreciate it. So I'd like to just take a real quick break, a 5-minute
Thank you.
break. Yes, and then we'll come back and we can move on from there.
I don't know where I am right now. Should I make a motion? Should I make a motion? Should I make a motion?
Right, that's ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, John, we're ready. Okay, we are back in session. Okay, so everybody want to be seated now, or we're going to go ahead and get back started? Ms. Tolliver, are you back online? Do we want to go ahead and take the comments? Did you guys want to have any more discussion?
Yes, I've apparently been online. I'm here.
We could have a period of like general discussion concluding all.
Once we listen through the comments. Okay, at this, yes,
Yeah.
correct. At this time, we're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. Glasses on. All right, so there is a 3-minute time interval that may be that's going to be exercised. So we'll call 2 up at a time like we did before. And at 2.5, I'm going to ring the bell a little bit louder. I tried to be a little bit more quiet last time. It didn't seem to work. So I would like to call up Dustin Pfeiffer and Donna Zwicker. You can take it off at the mic. We're going to wipe the mic off, and after you leave, you can take it off. Speak.
You'll have to excuse me if I go just a few seconds over. I've waited 3 hours for my 3 minutes. I don't know why it was moved until the end of the meeting, and it's just elevated my blood pressure more. So, and I have sent this letter to all board members and Dr. Benson. I only received 1 response. If I received more, I wouldn't have to be here this evening. My name is Dustin Pfeiffer. I'm a gifted resource teacher at King George Elementary School. This is my 16th year teaching in King George. I am also the parent of a second grader and a stepdad to a 7th, 9th, and 10th graders in the county school system. I am saddened, frustrated, and disturbed by the recent decisions made regarding the option 3 return to school model hastily passed at the September 28th meeting. As a parent and teacher, I have filled out numerous surveys in the name of data collection that do not seem to be used in any meaningful manner. It's obvious decisions have already been made and with little input from or consideration for the employees on the front lines. I am tired of thoughtfully filling out responses that I think will be read and considered, only to find out there was a third secret option never presented to the public. I also don't appreciate data being skewed to make it look as though teachers don't want to go back to work, opening us to public criticism, when the truth is we don't want to return under a half-baked model with more asynchronous time than actual instruction. We teachers are publicly lauded as experts in our field, but when it comes to decision making, our expertise is deemed unworthy. Your recent decision to start K2 half day will negatively impact both the children and teachers that you represent. I propose we could solve many issues with technological enhancements and by using parts of the original hybrid plan that was presented to parents and staff from the beginning. If the schools could equip each classroom with large computer monitors or TVs with decent webcams, full classes could be streamed online with half of the students in person for 2 full days a week. Later in the week, the other half would attend in person while that first group streamed the synchronous content from home. Those that opted for 100% would stream every day with their current teacher. This would eliminate the ideas of 3 asynchronous days where students are responsible for 60% of their own learning. Our CGS program has used this model for years to work with CGS students at other sites. I do not envy you. I understand this type of decision making is beyond challenging and there's no option that 100% of people will agree to, but it gives all stakeholders a viable choice. Some families can choose to stay 100% virtual, while others can get some sort of a safe and valuable in-person instruction without having to worry about providing their own education for their families. It allows teachers to teach a lesson to all students synchronously. Please consider this and make it a viable option. Administrators and teachers have already laid the groundwork with the programs and expectations. The kids, the teachers, the parents are rising to that occasion. And some of them are thriving. To pull that out from under everyone and make our youngest students and their teachers all learn new routines is mind-boggling. I implore you to think of all stakeholders, value and consider their opinions, and put in the proper amount of preparation to make informed decisions in the future. Thank you for the 3 minutes it took me to read that.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Zwicker?
Go ahead and speak from here because we've been trained that with our spigot fan, that you're supposed to spray it down and wait 10 minutes for it to be effective. So I'd just like to point that out, that the very thing that you're training us to do is not in the power. Good evening, and I will say what Dustin said. I know that you have a hard job, and I know that you're beside the line. I do appreciate, Ms. Gonzalez, the questions that you asked. They really show that you do have an understanding, and you've probably been with elementary students or been in an elementary classroom. My frustration came last week when I was listening to the meeting with my husband, and I could not believe what you all allowed. We do rise to the occasion year after year after year, and whatever is thrown at us, we rise to the occasion to make you look good. And you sat here after you laid out plans and you voted and you decided everything for us. We've taken it and run with it. And for hours, I heard parents under the impression that we don't want to do our job. Are you kidding me? And not one of you said, and no, excuse me. These are professionals that work very hard for you. And I will say, by the way, that the parents that we work with, that we work directly with, they're not speaking like that. They're thanking us. They're gracious. We get right back to them when they have questions for us. So for you to imply that this is not working at all, you are misled. And for you to sit and allow the war to ensue between parents and teachers is unacceptable. We can't do our job without parents. And I hope that they would understand that they also need us. And I heard questions about the safety of the bus drivers. And I respect bus drivers. I could not do their job. But for what went on last week, I, as an educator, felt like I was extremely undervalued. And I will speak to the public, parents, thank you for your support. Parents who went off on us last week, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Because we do want to do our job. But we have families we have to go home to. And we have members of our family who have health risks. Do I want to be back in the classroom? Absolutely. I'm there now. And I'm not only teaching, I'm providing technical support. I'm providing emotional support. I am delivering things. I'm doing whatever I can for my students and for my parent group. And I do not appreciate what went on last week. And TC, I'm gonna address you directly. How dare you, under the considerations of our health risks in our country right now? I know I can get hit in the road, so I don't go play in the road. But for you to propose a plan 5 days a week, no masks.
Thank you, Ms. Zwicker. Thank you very much. We appreciate your input. Thank you.
More consideration.
Excuse me, Ms. Zwicker, it's somebody else's time. It's okay. Yes, it's somebody else's turn. Thank you very much.
More consideration and for you to represent your teachers.
Okay, Mrs. Zwicker, I really don't want to have you removed. Thank you.
For all you do.
Okay, the next, Yvonne Richard and Neil Richard.
Good evening. My name is Yvonne Richard of 8421 Cedar Lane, and tonight I stand before you with many questions that need to be answered before proceeding with creating any more reopening plans for King George County Schools. Questions that you as a board probably should have asked before hastily voting on the plan at the last meeting. What was the percentage of families that completed the survey about the two options of returning to school with a hybrid model or staying virtual? What was the percentage of families that completed the survey about the options this summer? Was there a significant difference in the number of families completing the survey that could be attributed to those families that chose 100% virtual this summer that perhaps didn't see the need to complete the survey again because they thought their decision was locked in? What was the percentage of staff members who completed the most recent survey, and how did it compare to the percentage of staff members who completed the survey the last time? Was there a significant difference in the number of paraeducators who completed the survey at this time compared to last time? Could that be related to the fact that paraeducators were left off the survey initially and no update was sent to let them know that their opinions actually do matter and that they should try to take the survey? Why did the questions on the staff survey not reflect the possibility of returning to face-to-face instruction where socially distancing may not be able to be followed per the CDC guidelines? Are you certain that staff members would answer that their comfort level with face-to-face instruction without social distancing would be the same as it was that you presented last week? What is the exact number of hours that students will have in a face-to-face plan versus a virtual plan? And how will King George County Schools meet those state requirements for hours of instructional time if students are only getting half days of instruction? Do you plan to extend the school year and get those required hours? And if you do, are you planning to tell the instructional staff and the families about how that's going to happen? What is the breakdown of staff members with their comfort level of returning to school face-to-face? Were high school teachers more comfortable than elementary school teachers because of the issues that Ms. Gonzalez brought up? And if staff were so excited about this 4-day in-person plan, how come so many staff members were posting on social media that they were blindsided by this plan last week? How comfortable are you with the statement from Dr. Benson's slides that say while every effort will be made to socially distance students, it can't be guaranteed that every classroom will be able to accommodate at minimum of 3 feet of social distancing at this time? And what happens if every parent chooses to send their child to school for the 4-day plan? Are they going to be denied once we reach capacity? And what about the bus situation? Will all students receive the same instructional face-to-face time with both the regular and special area teachers? Are you comfortable telling teachers and staff they may not get a lunch break or a planning period each day? Why hasn't a committee of parents, teachers, and students been created to develop a plan that's reasonable for all?
Thank you,
I've been
Mrs.
asking
Richard.
for this since
Thank
this
you,
summer.
Mrs. Richard.
Miss
Thank you very
Ms.
much.
Pansiero, we've asked multiple
Thank you
times
very much.
for a
Please don't
committee.
ask, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Richard?
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Neil Richard. I live at 8421 Cedar Lane. I appreciate you celebrating World Teacher Day by making me wait 3 hours to speak for 3 minutes. At this time, I would like to use part of my 3 minutes to observe a moment of silence, please. Thank you. That was in honor of the logic and sanity, both of which died last week. You done messed up, AA Ron. As a teacher, I often speak to my students in code. This is largely because there are certain words I can't say in school. So if you don't understand my 5 points, that's okay. Talk to a student. They might be able to interpret for you. If you do understand, that means you might be in touch with our students. And just like my students, I hope you take notes. Number one, your decision to endanger hundreds of children was a dumb AF decision. I'll say that again. It was a dumb AF decision. Number two, Mrs. Tolliver, your talking points were pretty lit last week. Thank you. Number three, Mr. Collins, your actions last week were too sus for me. I'm disappointed to say I don't think I can trust your decisions in the future. Number four, Mrs. Gonzalez, your questions were fire last week. Please know that you are the hero to several students out there. Number five, in the end, it's the lack of a clear plan for me. I'm sure some of you think I'm making a mockery of the board, but even tonight, some of y'all are clowning more than a classroom full of teenagers.
Next, we have Alex McKenna and Natasha Ward.
So I think the reason you guys dragged this meeting out for 3 hours is because you were hoping I would leave. Wrong. As I said last week, you guys have botched this from the absolute beginning. You've had since March to start planning for all scenarios. you all need to be removed or resign. You're now waiting till October to figure out what we're going to do. These plans should have been started in March, all options. Surveys should have been out there giving all options. You want to do virtual, part, back in full bloom, whatever. This is the worst. And in the meeting today starting, you guys are extremely unprofessional. They're bickering amongst yourselves. You came here to talk about what we're going to be doing, and then you're arguing about the order of precedence in the meeting. I mean, come on. Ridiculous. Well, let's talk about this disease since nobody wants to talk about real numbers. It's not airborne. If it was airborne, everyone would be sick. Okay? We're talking about water droplets here. All right? That's touching stuff. And then touching your hands, your face, your eyes, your mouth. That's how you transmit this disease. So you do what we do every year. Tell the kids, wash their hands, cover their mouth. Because guess what? U.S. cases, 7,396,730. Of that have died, okay? Underlying conditions included, 209,000. That's 2.8% of the population have died and tested positive for COVID. That's not because they directly died of COVID, all right? U.S. population, 330 million. There's been 7 million cases. You're talking about 2% of the population, okay? U.S. population, 330 million. COVID deaths, 210,000. That's 0.06% of the U.S. population has died from this virus. And we're in a panic? Are you kidding me? Flu-related child deaths between 2014 and 2019 ranged from 37 to 187 a year. H1N1 related child deaths from April 2009 to October 2010, 358. COVID-19, 12 February to 31 July. This is CDC, the statistics. Ages 5 to 17, 48 child deaths. Only 48. A newer number just came out. It raised a little bit. Only 100 out of 330 million people. I mean, are we serious? Your child is more likely to be killed in a homicide. Latest statistics that are available, 2016, 1,865 children killed by homicide.
Thank you, Mr. McKenna.
995 by drowning.
Thank you, sir. I
340
appreciate
fire and burns. No, you interrupt people. You're going to give me that 30 seconds.
No, you're not getting the 30
these
seconds.
Are Washington Post
Officers, could you
statistics.
please remove
You
him?
all-
Thank you very much.
Because you don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. You guys are up here making a mockery of the school board.
Sir, I've just asked the police officers to escort you outside. Thank you very much. I guess Mr. Ward, are you going to be talking on behalf of Mrs. Natasha? Jess Nesmith. Okay, do we have Natasha Ward? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Ma'am, you're next. You're going. Okay, you would like to change. That's fine. Go ahead. This is Jeff Nesmith. Thank you.
I'm Jeff Nesmith. How you doing?
Thank you.
I personally feel that the blended model will never work. I have a very simple solution that'll please and satisfy everyone, maybe even Ms. Tolliver. I say create a separate division in the school system for online schooling. What that would look like is parents and teachers who wish to participate in online schooling, then let them. For parents and teachers who wish to return unrestricted back to school, then have them sign a waiver and let them return at their own risk. Parents have the right to decide on the safety of their children. If there's not enough teachers and bus drivers to support the full return unrestricted, then hire some more with that CARE Act money that you guys failed to share with us and share with the public. I don't blame the teachers for not wanting to teach them online and in person. To me, that's double work, and I don't feel that double work should be something that they should have to do. I say give them the option based on years of service and health risk, if applicable, such as doctor waivers. And this is here a petition that I had signed, and basically there's over 550 signatures on here that say that they want their kids to return to school. So you can look at it or whatever. And I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Natasha.
Per your own executive summary, Mr. Benson, you stated the division is committed to providing equal opportunities for every student to achieve maximum intellectual, social, emotional, and physical growth. Members of the board, you have failed egregiously in your duties. A recent federal appeals court decision in April ruled children have a constitutional right to education. Aside from you, Mr. Collins, not one of you have fought for this fundamental right of our children. Adults are making decisions based on irrational fear, and the effects of your decisions will result in casualties and consequences for years to come. The time is now to stop hiding behind the excuse it's about the child's health. Ms. Gonzalez, children in grades K through 12 all over the world have managed to safely return to school. Why do you feel King George is excluded from that? The U.S. Constitution guarantees children a fundamental right to the facilities, teaching, and education materials that enable students to attain the literacy needed to participate in our democracy. You have failed the child with limited access to reliable internet. Reduced learning time affects the development of the whole child. You have failed the child that does not have adequate nutrition. You have failed the child that's only safe haven is in the school building. You simply cannot ignore the incredibly high numbers of domestic and child abuse since schools have been closed. While you used $192,000 of funding for teachers' childcare, essential workers with lower paying jobs were made to survive on low wages while juggling the task of working full-time and supervising virtual education. You have failed the child with learning disabilities. For families that cannot afford private therapy, the services that are provided at school are the only ones they might receive. You have failed the athlete that has trained their entire childhood for the chance of a coveted athletic scholarship. What exactly is the cost of not playing sports? For many students, their sport is their identity, and 65% of those students, athletes, reported depression from not playing their sport. You have failed my child that has worked to be at the top of her class academically. She had balanced her academics and extracurriculars while maintaining a perfect GPA that will now go on to college academically behind her peers that received in-person instruction. You have taken the rite of passage into adulthood that every high school senior feels as they attend their last football games, celebrate their last homecoming, and cultivate friendships that will last a lifetime. Instead, they will receive empty yearbooks and mourn the loss of memories during their last year of innocence. Since our consciousness regarding racial inequity has been brought to the forefront, with America vowing to end disparities that have largely been ignored, you are failing the people of color in this community. People of color are disproportionately affected by the virus and will now face further inequalities in education. Our community continues to be challenged by the lack of reliable internet. Further to the tragedy of racial inequality is the parents of these children will continue to suffer because they cannot afford childcare that allows them to work while their children at home. This is why our teachers' childcare costs are supplemented by the CARES Act. Why is
Thank
it
you
that
very much,
local
Mrs. Ward.
politicians,
I'm sorry, I hate to
educators, and
interrupt
school
you, but
board
your 3
members
minutes is up.
continue to ignore
Thank you
them?
very much. Deanne Fairfax?
I sent a letter earlier, or an email earlier today. I've called your offices. I know you're very busy. I do want to say, Mr. Collins, we do not always agree, but I am 100% behind you pushing. Keep pushing. The kids need to be back in the school. I totally agree that they cannot go back half and half. That is way too much to expect the teachers to do. But the principals have got the plans together. You don't have a plan. They have a plan. Listen to what they've got prepared. These kids, as I said today, The risk of COVID is it is so small, as it's been quoted over and over again. Get your data straight. The CDC is out there with the data. Read it. I sent it to you. It's right there in black and white. And the CDC has said over and over and over again that the number of hospitalizations from COVID-19 are less than the past 5 seasons of the flu. The CDC director has said, nothing would cause me greater sadness than to see any school district or school use our guidance as a reason not to reopen. But that is exactly what you're doing. This continued virtual learning model is causing risk to our children. The social, emotional, behavioral health, and academic achievement deficits are well known and significant, both short-term and long-term. How significant this mental health damage to our children will be, it remains to be seen. Consensus is that it will be significant. The stress and anxiety of being forced to isolate from their friends, teachers, and basic norms of school life is having a profound effect on our children right now. It is absolutely essential that we get our kids back in the classroom for in-person learning. I urge you to reopen our schools for the sake of our children. This is, after all, about the children. Please reconsider what you're doing. Get a plan. Get the schools open. My daughter is in Commonwealth Governor School. There are 26 students. Why on earth they are not in the high school right now is beyond me. There is no reason whatsoever why they cannot be in this school in person from day one.
Thank you,
Please
Ms.
put that
Fairfax.
under your consideration to get them back.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll now move to public comment virtually. Again, you will have 3-minute time interval, and at 2.5 minutes, I will ring the bell.
Hello, my name is Hannah Fallon, and I am a teacher at King George Middle School. I reside in Fredericksburg, is where my residence is. I would like to say a few things. One is I did think that Dr. Benson's suggestion and Ms. Gonzalez's suggestion on hearing from a representative of the health department would maybe bring some clarity instead of the rest of us non-professionals discussing numbers and data to cover what's going on in a pandemic. And I think that in response to the lack of state government and federal government providing guidelines to school systems, that you guys are doing the very best that you can, and I am very appreciative. The next thing that I wanted to say is maybe in the interim, while a plan is being put in place to try and maximize our resources and maximize our students' instruction time, the students are now in week 6 of instruction, and there has been plenty of data collected, and we know what students are failing the virtual instruction model. And I'm wondering why the county maybe has not explored targeting those students and bringing them in first for in-person instruction. And maybe those students could be brought in small, like pod classroom type settings where somebody supervises them. And I don't know how that would work or what resource would be available for them to receive the instruction that's being taught virtually into people's homes. But that could be for students who are falling behind due to their internet situation, or due to them being homeless, or due to their parents' inability to supervise them doing their schoolwork during the day. And so I think that equal is not always fair, and bringing a few students in versus trying to cram everybody in the building might be something that should really be looked into and thought about in a meaningful way. And that's just and then also I know that there was a lot of hate directed towards teachers who people feel like they're not doing their jobs. I personally spend 9 to 10 hours a day intensively working. Just this last week alone, I got 69 emails from students that I responded to. So right there's at least 138 emails. Many of them had more than 3 responses, which would be 207 emails. One has as many as 10 responses. And that doesn't even include like conversations that I'm having with students on the Google message chat feature. On average, already I've sent at least 32 emails to each student personally, about 5 emails to each student's parent. I'm providing online asynchronous material for students whose internet is not working or their parents are not available to help them get on the internet or whatever the issue may be. I make 2 to 4 Google slideshows per lesson that I'm presenting synchronously. I videotape. I video myself presenting lessons, and in addition to providing that synchronous class time for students.
Fallon, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Maria Espino?
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Espino?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you have 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, I will ring the bell.
Okay, thank you. So I want to introduce myself first. I am a mom of a second grader. I also a teacher. I'm not working at this moment. I've been hearing a lot of comments today, and they're making me wonder why and how people get these numbers. So I just want to say the entire world is in a pandemic. We need to send the kids to school, yes, but we had to always think first that the kids has to be in a school with the CDC guidance, that we had to always think first healthy, if they are going to be okay. For me, I had to quit working because I have a health condition. And that brings me to think how selfish some people are, that they are not thinking of the kids will be in school. The percentage is really low. Of course, we all know the numbers. Are you want to be responsible for that 1%? That the people that dying out there? Are you going to be responsible for that? You're going to put your kids in a school that might be getting the COVID, and then they're going to go home, they're going to spread it to the family, and then they're going to go to Walmart and then continue to spray, and this never going to end if we don't act. We have a virtual system right now that more or less work, that the teachers are working so hard. I know that for a fact. I've been helping a lot of the teachers. And if there are kids that are struggling, which is normal to be struggling, is something new through to all the students, let's just get better and better with the virtual, and let's just get extra help to those kids they need. Not all the kids are struggling. The ones they do, let's do something for them, of course, because I would like my kid to go in person, but it's a lot of families are there that there are different issues and they can't. Even the military families right now, military people, they cannot go to work because we are in that pandemic. We cannot know, we don't know how the COVID is going to affect healthy people. Another thing that I heard other people comment is about in other countries they're going to school. That is not true. I got many friends that live in Europe, and some of those countries send the kids to school and they fail. The numbers went up tremendously. So let's not make the same mistake. The numbers, once again, they are low, but that doesn't mean they are okay right now. So we just have to have a little bit more the patience, We need to trust in our teachers and our principals that they're doing the best they can right now. And if the kids need the extra help, let's give them that extra help somehow. But don't put it in a risk, because they will go and spread more and more. Now, I can hear how you guys have been talking about the CDA guidance. They're not meeting. We're not meeting those. The classes are too small. The desks are too small. The teachers are not ready. So as a mother, I just want to make sure that you guys are going to make sure that my kids will be okay in school.
Ms. Espino, thank you very much. Next is Ms. Gillespie.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me speaking? Great. All right. I'm Miss Gillespie. I have a couple points I want to bring up. One, children need about 1 month to learn what they're learning in school and get in a routine. You've had about a month, the kids are starting to learn, and now you want to change it again, switch them to a whole other routine, which they're going to have to learn for another month, and then probably in January do the same thing again. That makes no sense for children whatsoever, and is just going to set them behind. Second, you've got a bunch of students or parents that didn't get to respond to that survey because you guaranteed them that they would be able to stay virtual. So your survey responses are going to be a lot less. You haven't asked a lot of these parents. They haven't responded because of that. You guaranteed them something that you're now saying you won't give them, which is disturbing. Again, I also know that the state has to approve what's going on, and to my understanding, you haven't got the state to approve it yet. So you're trying to figure out something that you don't even know if you can do. Dahlgren and a lot of the bases, they're not opening. Places here will not let adults go back to work. So it makes no sense that you think you should send children back to work and teachers back to work when adults can't go back and they're being told to work remotely. That's dangerous and frightening that you think that's okay. I also want to know how many K through 2 classes you all audited when you did this, because I'm not sure anything was audited, but it should have been before you made this choice. We've had new cases in King George this week and other areas. And as you already said, a lot of parents work other places. They're going to be bringing it in. The numbers are going to go up. You send these kids to school, you're going to see it. You already had cases that happened the first week when you had kids going back for PALS testing in multiple schools. It's going to get far worse. Then you lead to people getting sick. The teachers that are sick, they're out 14 days. Are they using their personal leave for that? Or what are they going to be using when they're out? That makes no sense that they're going to be in trouble for that. Those children, you asked the question earlier about what the kids are doing. They're going to lose 14 days of school, because if a teacher can't teach, there are not subs that are going to jump in. You may have 90 some subs on the docket. They have to accept working, and a lot of them are not going to accept working with all of this. So you won't have subs. Your kids are not going to be learning for 14 days while they're all out quarantining. Also, the mental health. If something happens and someone gets sick, these children are going to carry that with them. They're going to feel terrible. If they take this home and get grandma sick and she dies, or a teacher dies, how do you expect to handle that mental health for those children when something like that happens? I noticed you have no actual specials for K through 2 at this point. Your program showed only asynchronous. They're not going to learn through asynchronous, so that makes no sense. There's no accountability. Collins, I think you're ridiculous. I can't believe you would try to risk these teachers. You ask about say the parents have the accountability, they can send their kids in. Who's taking care of these teachers? Because those deaths will be on you. People will die. It will fall on you. So if you're ready to accept that risk, which I don't think anybody should want to accept that, that's ridiculous that you think that's okay. Those CDC starts, they're showing that it's not safe. You want to send 18 kids in. 18 kids, which is not safe in anything. These children are not going to follow the standards they're supposed to follow, which means teachers are at risk. And again, no one's protecting these teachers. Once these teachers quit, as you've already heard, they're wanting to leave. What happens next year? I have children that are distraught. They love these teachers, and they're realizing already if these teachers are upset, they're not going to be there anymore, and they will lose their teachers. All of us will lose.
Move on to the next one. Lauren Seeley.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I would like to start by speaking on my disappointment about the decision that was made last week. I sat and listened to several complaints about how difficult online learning is for children and the negative impact distance learning has on a child's mental health. While this may be true, it is deeply concerning that it is considered more critical than the life of children and school staff. As you already know, multiple schools in our county have already had to quarantine members due to the outbreak of COVID-19. Why is this never discussed? Schools haven't even reopened their doors to students, and teachers are already having to isolate themselves for 2 weeks. Do you think that this will somehow disappear in a matter of weeks? Once schools reopen in November, kindergarten to second graders will be expected to distance themselves 6 feet from one another, keep all of their personal items separate, and wear face masks for the entire school day. Classrooms don't have enough space to physically distance children 6 feet apart, let alone keep their classroom items such as book bags, coats, school supplies apart to prevent contact. Naturally, children want to physically interact with their peers, such as high fives, handshakes, and hugs. Are you really expecting one teacher to keep all 20 plus of her students 6 feet apart at all times? It isn't possible. And once one person tests positive, protocol states that it is required for any student or staff member that has been close in proximity for 15 minutes or more to quarantine for 2 weeks. Simply stated, one positive test could result in dozens, if not hundreds of people, not to mention the academics that they will have to make up. That is only part of the health concern relating to returning. As a teacher of multiple grade levels and subject areas, I can tell you with absolute certainty that once school returns, I will teach virtually and in person at the same time. How can I ensure that all of my students are learning when I'm doing two things at once? It isn't possible. As a teacher, I need you to try to understand why more of us don't come forward. We are scared, and not just of the mess that you are carelessly throwing us into. We are risking our careers and relationships with many of our students' parents by speaking tonight, but you are risking our lives by voting to go back in person too soon. Have you considered why you haven't heard from any paraeducators? Can you ensure job security if they freely come forward and share their legitimate concerns? They're all doing their workload in addition to that of teachers and custodians, and their voices need to be heard. I was really conflicted about speaking up tonight. Having sat and listened to several meetings thus far, I have very little hope for schools this year and our children. Our lives are in your hands, the lives of students, faculty, and staff. I don't envy your position. You've been given a difficult task. Any decision that you will make will upset someone. But please remember, it is your job and your responsibility to listen to the concerns of all parties. And please do not vote on what is just easiest for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Truitt.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Truitt. I teach at Sealston. My kids are at the high school. I recognize the impossible position that you are in. I'm really sorry for that, and I'll try to be brief, but I feel very strongly about this issue, as many people do. You already have my comments in my email, so I will simply reiterate that I believe that we should all remain 100% virtual at the current time. While I certainly don't speak for all teachers, I adamantly believe that 18 to 20 students in a classroom is simply unsafe for everyone involved. I'll add that if you ask me to teach in person during the current pandemic, you will be asking me to behave in a way that I feel is irresponsible. You talk about parents taking the risk for their children, but you are the ones taking the risk for teachers and staff. I personally do not have a justifiable health reason to be exempt from teaching in person. I just don't believe this plan is safe. So I would point out that there may be others that feel like me, and so you might want to somehow have that in the back of your mind. I also want to thank you for moving the comment section to the end of the presentation so that we could know what the plan was before the comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Strauss? Ms. Strauss, are you online?
Thank you.
I was muted. Yes, I am online, have been online through this whole meeting. I appreciate you all unmuting me so that I may share my comments. Good evening, board and Dr. Benson and staff, members of the audience, both live and virtual. My name is Dee Strauss. I'm a resident of King George County, the marketing teacher and DECA advisor at King George High School. I want to say again that I love teaching, and what I do is in class and outside of class. I am so proud and happy to be part of King George County School System, and especially King George High School. I want to encourage the board and Dr. Benson to continue to weigh the risk for benefit for what I continue to encourage you to consider even possible risk of just one outbreak or one positive test result of as something that not just not but probable and inevitable in our community. And maybe according to the DC and Health Department, but is it worth the risk if even one illness or worse occurs within our family? A challenging place in your life as a member of this board and as nor would I still support 100% virtual learning of this at your November meeting have semester for I will be wherever I need to be to teach the children of King George. Thank you for this time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Strauss. TJ Brandt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is TJ Brandt. I'm a fourth grade teacher at Sealston Elementary School. And over the past few weeks, I've been hearing and seeing and reading several comments about teachers that have just been sad, to say the least, especially after the last meeting. I've been hearing teachers are lazy, teachers who aren't comfortable teaching in a live setting should just quit, just to name a few. I could argue about the unfair societal opinions of teachers until I'm absolutely blue in the face. But let me be clear, we want to be in the classroom with our kids because we are in this profession for them. What many of us do not want is to be in a classroom with large amounts of children during a global pandemic. This situation is hard for us as well. However, many of us are not willing to risk the health and safety of others. We are not public health officials. We are not full-time caregivers. We are educators. Some of the conversations that have happened here tonight and the idea that we would have to lax some of our health guidelines and that parents would have to assume some risk should tell you enough that we are not ready to open our schools fully or to have a large amounts of children in them. Add that to the current sub situation, the transportation situation, and a potential teacher shortage, which I can promise you, you will lose a lot of good teachers because of this. And I know so many good teachers that do not deserve that kind of action to take place. The idea that teachers could have upwards of 20 students in a class at a time, it is reckless, it is unreasonable, and it just seems like a complete knee-jerk reaction to a situation that is constantly fluid. I know for a fact that not all teachers in the K-2 band were consulted about this plan. How are your educators going to respond when the not at all comfortable people find out that they need to return to a class full of 20 people, 20 children? How well are we going to react if one person dies in our schools or our county because we open prematurely? I'm sorry, but one life is too much of a risk for me. I've always been raised to speak up for myself and others, and I know a lot of teachers are, like someone mentioned before, scared to speak up, but many of your teachers, including myself, are extremely upset that we have not been more involved in this process. Our voices do not feel like we're being heard, and I continuously feel undervalued as an educator, and I should not feel this way. Your very own survey showed that large amounts of educators and staff members are uncomfortable in a live classroom at this time. Your teachers deserve a choice. We are the ones in the classroom with 24 plus children. We are the ones that are going to have to deal with the lax guidelines, and we are the ones that will have to deal with the children being sent in sick. I ask you to be sensible and do what's best for your staff and the health of our students. And I want to say thank you very much to Ms. Gonzalez and Mrs. Tolliver for speaking on behalf of the teachers tonight. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Christine McKenna. Christine McKenney. John, can you move on to the next one, please? Jamar Dunham.
Good evening, Dr. Benson, Madam Chair, board members, and everyone listening live and online. I'm Jomar Dunham. I have a ton of respect and admiration for our teachers and paraprofessionals. Educators have a tough job and are often overworked and underpaid. So any decision other than 100% virtual is an injustice to them in the work that they do. Most do this work simply because they absolutely love teaching and they want to see our children become contributing members of society. I ask that you all continue to take their safety and health into consideration. You all have a tough job to do, but please use logic and don't let TC bully you all into making another hasty decision.
Thank you. Teresa Lunsford.
Hello, good evening. My name is Teresa Lunsford. I'm at 631B Hall Road. I've emailed you all. My children have emailed you all. Thank you, Ms. Tolliver, for your response. Thank you, Ms. Hawk, for your response to my son, Emmanuel. Ms. Panciera, you had my son in tears with your response. I think that if you cannot write a proper email response to a child, that you don't do it. All my children are perfectly fine with staying home for the safety of themselves and everybody around them. All of my children are thriving thanks to all of their teachers from Potomac Elementary School, King George Middle School, and King George High School. I have a nephew who would love to also go back to school. He also attends King George High School, but unfortunately, due to health issues, he can't. His doctor has told him, do not go back. And he wants to go back, but he can't. We need to protect our kids. We need to protect our teachers. Our teachers have been doing fabulous. Have I complained at the beginning? Yes, I have. But they're doing it. They've made it happen. It took up until this point to get these kids to where they're at, to get them situated and in the groove. My kids don't want to have to relearn a new system. My 5th grader does not want to have to lose his teachers. None of them do. Mine or anybody else's. You've got flu season coming. We've talked about this in forever. How are we going to say what's flu, what's COVID, what's a cold? How are you going to say that so-and-so's child did not come to school dosed with Tylenol, because we all know that it happens. I've spoken with my mother's doctor. Even she thinks that you guys are nuts for sending these kids back during flu season. I appreciate everything that everybody is doing, but we need to start focusing on what's real. These kids have come so far, and to make them go back to school after they just got settled with everything is just going to set them back. They don't want that setback. Mine don't want that setback. My kids are thriving educationally, socially. They still talk to their friends. My daughter is a senior at King George High School, and she said flat out, I don't go to school to socialize. This is about my education. I want to graduate and join the Navy.
Thank you. We have to move on now. Amber Kintz.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Amber Kintz, and I live at 14368 Chastain Drive, King George. Why are you entertaining any plan that doesn't include following CDC guidelines? This virus is airborne, and we need to treat it as such. Based on my comment last week, I started a petition for our school district to only return when it's safe, to establish criteria for what safe looks like, which we don't have yet, and to create a roadmap for how to get there. So far, it has 144 signatures, and I expect that number will greatly increase after tonight's meeting. Last week, I chose to not address my own child's experience in virtual learning, but I will today. Arwen is doing a fabulous job in her freshman year. She's in honors English, biology, band, craft design, and PE. She has an upper 90s to 100 level average in each class. Last year, she maintained the same grades in classes at the same level with the addition of marching band. Again, I apologize for my toddler. Her teachers do a magnificent job, as all of our teachers do. Please listen to them. Mrs. Tolliver and Mrs. Gonzalez seem to be the only people I have heard speak in recent days that respect their expertise. They're the people on the front lines where none of you are. If you don't have children in our school district, I don't even believe you should be eligible to be elected to our school board. To take an example from an earlier commenter, my husband is a Coast Guard officer stationed at Coast Guard headquarters in DC. Right now, the headquarters building is only staffed at 40%, and there are other agencies in DC that are staffed at even less than that. They're not comfortable with people returning in greater numbers, and many of those people that are there aren't there every day. Why do you think you're exempt from COVID when our military and national government knows they're not? Also, as a former sub, since you were asking for subs, I would be happy to sub again, but I can only do it virtually due to diabetes and asthma. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Christy Creveling. John, is our next speaker unmuted? John, we'll have to move on. Miss Wood, Vanessa Wood. Okay, John, is that it for tonight?
Say yes.
Say yes, I couldn't hear him. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Ms. Hawk, you look like you have something you'd like to say.
No, I was just rubbing my hands together.
Okay,
It's cold in here.
okay. All right. Ms. Gonzalez, do you want to speak say anything?
Sure. I do. So earlier this evening, Ms. Ward asked me why I feel kindergarten through 2 children do not deserve to be in school. And I'd like to say this is actually not true. I do believe that children should be in school and that they do deserve an education, which they're actually receiving right now, albeit virtually. But I believe that we as a board have a responsibility to protect the structure that's required to provide those children with educations. And in order to do that, we need a sustainable and executable plan that serves not only our students, but also our teachers. While I commend all of our principals that were here speaking this evening, as well as those who were not, on the plans that they have put together, I do not believe that we as a board have done an acceptable job of requiring the plans be in place in order to safely have our children and staff return in person. While there may be those listening that do not believe me, I actually agree with Mr. McKenna earlier that we have had since March to develop a reopening plan. And I agree that we have failed. I could be very much in favor of an in-person reopening right now if I was convinced we had a solid plan. Unfortunately, I don't believe that we do. This meeting has been very useful. Thank you for scheduling a work session, Ms. Pansiera, and I look forward to more work sessions as we move forward. I've advocated since the spring for work sessions, but I'm glad we're at least having them now. As I mentioned earlier, I know revisiting a vote or a decision that has already been made is not preferable, but I believe as the board we were negligent in our vote last week and are negligent in continuing forth down this path. I agree with those who've spoken this evening that the potential for having 18 to 20 young students, largely incapable of willfully adhering to CDC guidelines, in classrooms with insufficient space to ensure adequate physical distancing is entirely unacceptable. As we've heard tonight, teachers have not been involved with these plans, and that needs to change. But just because we as a board haven't done our job properly up until this point in time doesn't mean we can't start doing it now. I believe we should continue forth with 100% virtual until the end of the semester, and instead of hashing out half-baked plans, to quote Mr. Pfeiffer, for bringing kindergarten through 2 back into the buildings, we spend the next 2 months ensuring that we have a no-kidding reopening plan for consideration by the end of the semester. That was my 3 minutes.
Mr. Collins?
So,
No. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
Dr. Benson. So, you know, I'm not the villain. Teachers, if you think I'm against you, you're wrong. You need to pay attention to the last 6 years, what's been going on. I've always been for you. I'm still for you, even though you're calling me the villain. What this evening I've heard is that there is a move forward for a plan to have in-person and virtual. It appears that eventually you can support both. They're going to support them in K2 now. The plan seems very viable. And again, those who want to go in person, it's the parents' decision for them to go. We as a board have to remember why we're here, what we're here for. We're here for the students and the citizens. The citizens are speaking and I'm listening. You may not agree with me. It appears that it's either me or Miss Gonzalez is the focus tonight. But let me assure you that my goal is still to have the children in person in a safe environment, and also to allow the virtual to continue.
Okay. Ms. Hawk.
Thank you. I frankly don't know where to begin. I get everybody's frustration. I really do. From those who want full-time, all in, to those who want 100% virtual for the rest of the year. Our mission as a board that we accepted when we were elected was to provide a structure of education. We have we are faced with a task that's not possible. It's just not possible to do so effectively and meet everybody's needs. So each of us sitting up here and Ms. Tolliver out there, each of us is working with everything we possess, as is Dr. Benson and the staff. We're working to try to put together a feasible and safe structure. I don't know what this is going to look like. I agree with Ms. Gonzalez that our decision last meeting was ill-advised. I guess it's the best term I can use. It didn't. Those of us who voted for us and we felt we had done the work, but I came to learn that we had not. In many ways, that as Ms. Gonzalez said, each of us accepts our own responsibility for our piece in this. Please believe that. Given that, I am not an expert in almost anything except being a good social worker, and I am that, and I do listen, and I do want to take just a minute to read from a very effective young man who wrote me, and I think this says so much. It took me, he's in the 5th grade, by the way, and he has to use his mom's email because he doesn't have one. It took me the whole time to get used to going to school online and catch up with all my work. It was hard and confusing. My mom helped me, and we email my teachers a lot, and they helped me too. Now I know what to do. It feels good. I don't want to have to go through that again. I have 6 grandchildren, and granted, they're all young. I understand the high school. I understand you all in governor schools. I don't have answers for you. I would like to. I wish I had that magic wand, but I don't. I think what we need to do now as a board, and let me assure you, every member up here is doing their darndest. And if I were home, I'd use another word. But we're doing our best to come up with a plan that is primarily safe for our teachers and our students, because teachers and staff, every single staff member, that keeps them as safe as possible. And keeps our students as safe as possible and helps them get through this horrendous time. Having said that, I encourage us to have another work session and another work session and another work session with regular meetings as prescribed, so that we fully have a plan that you all know. Now, you're not gonna like all the pieces, because everybody and every student has different needs, but it's our responsibility to lay out a structure that is safe and educationally feasible in the state of Virginia. I think I'm going to advocate for more work sessions, for a hold on that decision that we made. I still think that our end goal is to get every single student back in school, but that is the secret question. We don't know. We don't know, and neither do the experts. And I think all we can do is create a structure and provide clear planning to get to that point. It may be November 2nd. It may be January 1st. I don't know. And the fact is that I do know that our students are going to go on and graduate and get on with each day of his life, both your student and this 5th grade student here. It is not the end of the world. I know it seems that way. And I thank everybody for their efforts, for their words, even their angry words, because we need to get those out. Mr. Collins is not the enemy. He is one of us, and we are not your enemy.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. Ms. Tolliver?
Can you hear me? I couldn't agree more with all that was just said. I'm afraid of this virus. I'm not being fearful or cynical or pandemonium gathering. I don't know what the right word is. I thank you, Ms. Hawk, and thank you, Ms. Pancera and Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Collins for all of your kind words. I think that we as a team are doing the best we can with what we got. And what we got is not a whole lot. I'm kind of dumbfounded that people expect that we should have more of an answer than anybody else has. Like, we are not experts in any way, shape, or form on this. We have no more data than anybody else has. We have no more ability to make a decision than anybody else does. I'm sorry, my husband just walked in the room and scared me a little bit. I don't know how we're expected to make decisions moving forward with little guidance on any level, because I have the same dashboard you all have looking at the data. I have the same information. I have the same news. I have the same people in my ear talking as everybody does. And I'm frightened by the fact that we are supposed to make decisions for the best interest of everyone with little to go on in that regard. So I don't know. Everything in my heart and soul says that we need to keep people safe. We need to keep people comfortable, and we're not going to make everybody happy on any level ever. I don't know what the answer is. I do know I agree with Ms. Pancera when she says that, Ms. Gonzalez, when she said that we're not going to please everybody. I think our decision was hasty, but it was the best we had to go on at the time when we made a vote last Monday. I'm not sure that that was the best decision that we could have made. I'm willing to retract that vote and take a step back and rethink and relook at everything. And I do believe as a board we need to do that. I think the feeling that we should be able to, I'm trying hard to formulate my words right now, but the fact that we should make decisions for everybody based on little to no information other than what everybody else has, like we're being tasked with an impossible task. We are being asked to do something that we should not be asked to do. I don't know how to go forward with that, except that I think that we need to take a huge step back and rethink where we are and what we're doing and move forward with a plan. As Ms. Hawk just couldn't have said it better. She said it. I'm a social worker as well, and I get people's angst, and I get people's heartburn, and I get people's fear and cynicism of where we are. I don't know how to move forward with this other than to keep on gathering information and doing the best we can as a body to take in more information and make the best decisions we can for everybody. I do not agree with Ms. Gonzalez when she says that we didn't do the right thing. I think we did what we could do at the time. Do I agree with that decision today? No, I do not. I walk back my vote from last week, and I think some of us others do as well. I'm not sure how to move forward with this. I'm really not. I'm very befuddled. I'm very saddened. I read every email that I get. I read everything that I hear. I read every plan that's sent to us. My heart breaks every single day for those who hurt and are sad and are angry and are afraid, because I feel the same way. I wish that we could have a magic bullet to settle this, and we don't. I agree with more work sessions. I think we need to continue to have discussions, but right now I think that we need to rethink our decision of last week and make a move towards stepping that back and undoing that decision in order to make our teachers, especially, and our staff feel safe and secure, which they do not right now. And I think that we need to rethink that decision. I've heard words tonight, how that's feasible and how people want to do that. I don't think anybody's a villain here. Not you, Mr. Collins. Nobody's a villain. Nobody is in the wrong. But I think that we need to, in my personal opinion, and with all that, everything in my heart as being a social worker for 40 years, believe that we should err on the side of caution. We should err on the side of the unknown and not making decisions based on the fact that people want to jump into sending their kids back to school. I think that we need to not send anybody back anytime soon. We need to remain virtual 100% for the rest of the semester. And if you want to make that as a decision tonight or not, I don't know, but I'm scared, and I'm scared for those who are scared. So I don't know how we move forward right now with that. I don't know. That's all I got right now. And
Okay.
it didn't make much sense. Sorry.
Right.
If you need if you want a decision tonight, again, I said this last week, and we made a decision based on the fact that I said we need to make a decision and so people can plan and move forward. My decision tonight would be to not just rethink it, but to reevaluate it on a platform of saying that I think we should remain virtual for the rest of the semester.
So I think that we I think that, if we need to make a decision and we need to stick with it. I'm having issues with, we said we would do something last week. I voted against it because I thought, we didn't have enough information. We needed to try to iron things out a little bit more. I thought we were a little hasty in that decision. And then now here, I'm hearing that the board is saying that, we did and we shouldn't have made that decision. And now I hear that we want to retract that. And I'm not confident that in retracting it now is going to be any better than last week. I think we have questions that need to be answered. I think a lot of those questions, or some of those questions, were answered. We still have a month to work this out. I think if we, let parents and teachers know that we need to finalize what this is going to look like before we can actually, pull the trigger on it and say, this is what we're going to do. I am concerned as with the way that our community is so divided, and I am so disappointed that so many people and parents and staff feel that they have the right to judge the other person's feelings and thoughts, and be irate and belligerent and condescending to everybody, including us up here on the board and the other people in there, because they don't share what their feelings and thoughts are, you know. And I am up here to, you know, in my opinion, I'm up here to let people make that choice. I am not firm for getting back to school, and I'm not firm to keep 100% virtual, because I feel and believe that we need to give that choice, and we need to work towards that path. We've started towards that path. I think we need to continue towards that path. We need to, you know, be a little bit more definitive in how that path looks. We need to communicate that a little bit more, because I'm also dumbfounded as, you know, I get these emails and I get you see it on social media, and people don't know what we're talking about. You know, Mrs. Lunsford said that I made her son cry. Well, he sent an email and said that he didn't want to come back to school. And I simply said, you don't have to come back to school. You're going to have that 100% virtual. And we're going to try really hard not to make you know, any changes to that. And that made him cry. You know, I just don't.
So I'm gonna interrupt you, Miss Pansera, because you interrupted me like 4 times tonight. You interrupted me like 4 times tonight, and you condescended to me like 4 times in your attitude. So I'm gonna step in. I'm gonna step in. I'm sorry. You said I didn't let Mr. Collins talk, which I did. You said that your tone was very condescending to me. So I'm gonna step in right now and say, you can say whatever you want about remaining virtual. These kids will not have the same teacher. They will not have the same teacher.
I can't. Would you please turn her off? Mr. Vance, just shut her down, because she's being very rude and disruptive.
Like, you were not rude and disruptive to me.
What we need to do is we just need to, you know, acknowledge that we need to move in a direction, and we, you know, need to set another work session. We need to make sure that the work session is a little bit more definitive and what we want our outcome to be. I think that we could, all of us have a little bit of ideas as to what we would like to see developed a little bit more from our staff. And if we can just very briefly, Ms. Hawk, Ms. Gonzalez,
How about every
Mr.
Monday
Collins,
until?
I agree. I think every
Figure this out.
Monday until we get this resolved is a good solution. I think that, you know, we have, I still think we need to identify what the agenda looks like between a work session and a general meeting and a special meeting. You know, somehow I'll just come up with a recommendation, and we'll vote on it at the next session, I guess, so that we can get that through, because we're not working in the order, and I don't think that that's right. So
What is the next work session? I know it's instructional plan review in schools to get whatever. But what do we what's the discussion? What do you want from Dr. Benson to provide next work session?
So I Ms. Hawk, do you?
Well, I think that's perhaps one of the best questions of the night, Mr. Collins. With I guess with Ms. Gonzalez input here, what we are striving for is filling out the details of the plan that you have a plan, a return plan in place. You have one that's on the website. And I guess what we're all looking for are the details to each piece of a plan. As you and I talked this afternoon, the structure of the plan.
Do we want to ask for specific details?
Yes.
You know, like I think that you know, how does it look coming back, Ms. Gonzalez? You know, we discussed a little bit in detail as, you know, if there is a case, what is the protocol? What are the steps? Can we have some type of flow chart that kind of lays that out a little bit more in detail? As far as if we're not going to be able to meet the social distancing, the 6 feet, will the 3 feet be able, as according to the APP, will that be able to be met? And what is the classroom going to look like? You know, are we how are we going to determine what students are going to be coming back and which ones aren't? Are we going to lock them in? Are we going to do another survey? Those kind of things. What is our next step forward in order to get to that point? Having more of a comprehensive plan and overview and outline, a guideline of what we're going to do.
Are we any closer to answering the question?
So the flow chart, that was one thing. So the end goal, no matter where your stance is to get back to school.
Yes.
So we ought to at least have dates that, given whatever guidelines, we also need to figure out the guidelines. And so if K2 opens up, the guidelines of what happens if there's things that occur, such as a COVID case. What occurs, not just in the school, but what occurs in the division? How many cases would you shut the schools down again? You need to concisely plan out what are the guidelines of opening to the next step, to the next step, to the next step.
So I'm really encouraged by this conversation because I feel like these are the conversations that we should have been having all along. So while it's October and our timing maybe isn't the greatest, I'm encouraged by the fact that we're talking about this. I think, the fact that we, Ms. Pansari, you mentioned, we've still got, it's 4 weeks. November 2nd is 4 weeks from now. 4 weeks to, iron out the details and essentially determine if it's feasible. I argue, I get stuck on the fact that in those 4 weeks, we can work towards the K through 2 plan for bringing K through 2 back, and we might decide it might not work for a variety of reasons. And instead of hedging our bets, we could also make a decision this evening and stick with it, and use that time to develop for Mr. Benson, Dr. Benson, and staff and teachers to be involved and come up with a legitimate plan that works, that's executable, that's sustainable, that has buy-in from teachers, that's the whole 9 yards, which is ultimately what everyone wants. And that's how we get kids back in the building. There seems to have been a bit of waffling this evening as to the confidence we have as a board in our vote last week. And as a result of that, before we adjourn, I would like to make a motion that we retract the vote from last week and we continue virtual for the rest of the semester and spend our 2 months ensuring that there is a solid plan for reopening at the earliest in January.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? I just think that we can't keep going back and forth, coming up with a plan and then retract it and then come up with another plan. I mean, we did this starting school, and I don't think that it's getting us anywhere. I mean, granted, I think we need to come up with a little bit more of a definitive plan as to how that looks, and whether or not that happens in a month or not, is yet to be told. I just don't like waffling back and forth.
I agree.
I
Mrs.
think it's
Harris
horrible.
sat here and told us that you could have your cake and eat it too.
Yep.
And so
And they put in so much work so far. There's still a little bit more to do. They've already put in a lot of work.
So
Granted,
I
there's
don't
more to
know
do.
why we would want to retract it when it's actually gotten better.
Yep, we've moved forward.
So I would not be in favor of that.
Right. So let's take a vote.
Well, I mean, I think, again, I almost believe that any kind of vote is premature.
Yep.
I seconded Ms. Gonzalez because we need to have discussion about everything we vote on, and we need to double down on that discussion. I don't want to stay virtual. I'll be honest. Is that what we need to do? It may be. I don't at this point in time, we don't have to make a decision about November 2nd. We don't. I'm sorry we can't give definitive dates. Nobody that I know on this planet can give much of a definitive date about anything. I would love to see us be able to bring K2 back by whatever time we can expediently and safely get it back. I listened to Ms. Harris very carefully, and yes, she did give us two options. Is that true at the other two schools? I hope so, because their communication, I know, is good. I don't, having seconded motion, I don't know that I could vote for it. I'll be honest. I think we need more discussion. Maybe next Monday night, will we be at a different place? We might be.
I believe so.
So let's just keep in mind that when this board bounces around in decision making, you're bouncing around in a whole entire community.
I know that.
I know.
So you got teachers and you got
So then what?
parents.
And then what happens next week or the week after that when we come and we have a valid plan and it looks great? Then we're going to turn around and say, okay, well, we're going to take you back. Like,
I would just caution to go.
I don't think that that's right.
I understand. I
that's
also
right.
don't like the bouncing back and forth. However, there's a considerable amount of conversation about uncertainty with regards to the vote last week. And so I don't necessarily view it as waffling so much as fixing of a vote that we made previously.
Well, fixing something that was wrong with something else that's wrong doesn't make it right. It's like two wrongs aren't a right. So
Let me just ask this question. What was wrong with Mrs. Harris's, and that was three principals to working together. That's what she made, that they all worked together on that. So that's three elementaries. What was wrong with what the plan was?
There's nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong with her plan.
Social distancing was a piece of work.
I don't think that it was. So I think the educational part and the planning part of how they're going to implement the educational instructional part is clear and good. I just think that, the social distancing, the number of students, how many, parents are going to be willing, the busing situation, how many parents are going to be willing to drive their kids to school. Those little bit of logistics need to be ironed out before we know, is it going to be 18 kids in a class or is it going to be 10 kids in a class? If it's 18 kids in a class, there's a lot of higher risk than if there's 10. And for us to base our decision and not knowing that, that's difficult. And I think those are the details. Well, that's what I'm saying. We need those details.
How?
Our plan, depending on the outcome of tonight, is to have teachers at those grade levels make contact with families beginning tomorrow. We do have a draft FAQ to help those teachers explain the new context, should it be endorsed, what was presented tonight be endorsed over the motion that you approved at your last meeting. So that could be a source. We could certainly bring back more definitive data in terms of family choices, in terms of the in-person versus virtual. I don't know that we could bring back who's going to drive. I don't really think that's relevant in terms of K2. Ms. Yazierski demonstrated that we believe we have the capacity with buses to transport. So as far as K2, I don't think that's a detail necessarily that would hinge on would cause you to hinge on a yay or nay vote to it. So I guess you're looking just for the definitive data in terms of family data with regard to K2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And coupled with the information you requested Ms. Fisher talk about.
Correct.
In terms of response.
And if we could see a classroom, like, could you set a classroom up of what it would look like? I mean, I know K through 12, they usually have the tables that they all sit together at, whether that's putting plexiglass dividers in or changing them out and putting desks in. And, so that if we can actually visually see, what the best case scenario could be. if it's 18 kids or if it's 10 kids, so that we have a better, understanding of what it is that.
Some of those
we're
classrooms
approving.
are set up now. You just
Yeah,
go
and,
check
and
them
we
out.
could go visit them, but I think that it would be great if we could have a couple snapshots and put it on the screen and let the public know.
So we
that
keep
they can
talking
see
about,
that.
so we keep talking about how we need a better understanding in order to make a decision, and wanting to know more about the number of kids in classrooms before we make a decision. The point is, we made a decision and we made it last week.
Yep.
And we made it prematurely.
Yep.
And so by retracting that vote this evening sets us back to where we were last week and allows us to continue planning in an effective manner.
I don't.
We can move forward and see if we can get these things answered before we have to retract it.
I don't see.
And then vote on it again to do it.
I don't see why Ms. Harris' plan isn't maybe an extension of what we voted on. I mean, isn't that a variation of what we voted on?
Well, I can tell you that
It's more definitive. It was more definitive.
given
Well,
there
more
is
definitive.
there is an existing approved motion that tomorrow I would direct my staff to move forward planning as if we were going to open November 2nd under that guise. If the board gave us different direction or vacated that decision for however long, then certainly that would put a stop to that. But we could be responsive to the board's needs for family data or whatever we've just discussed. But we would need to proceed with the approved motion you have already approved. So that would need to be visited in some way.
So maintaining that motion keeps the ball rolling a little quicker.
Well, not necessarily quicker, but it would keep us, I think we in good faith would have to continue to plan as if that were the direction, which is the direction we've received from the board thus far.
And I think that we've agreed that that is a good first step to go to look at our K through 2.
Well, you normally don't have motions in work sessions, but you do have a motion and you have a second. Can you call the question?
Yeah. All right. So then we've had a discussion. So I guess we can vote. And that's the thing is we need to discuss whatever. So the motion is to retract the decision to move forward with the K through 2 for November 5th. All in favor?
And to remain virtual.
And to remain virtual. Right, correct. For the rest of the school.
Semester.
The semester. All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know where Kristen is.
I don't know what I'm.
I can't mute her.
I think he did.
If I can unmute her. I can't. I don't have any access.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't realize where she was on mute. She was muted.
You told him to mute her.
Yeah, just while she was yelling.
I'm muted now because you muted me and didn't even let me have part of that discussion at all.
I have no right. I cannot mute you.
You told him to silence me, so I was not part of the discussion.
Go ahead. All right. So all in favor?
No.
So excuse me, can I hear the vote again, please? Because you muted me and wouldn't let me talk. So what is the vote right now?
There is no vote.
There is a motion and a second, and you all were voting. What do you? I could hear you, but I was not allowed to talk because I was told by the chair to be muted.
So you couldn't hear us? So the motion
What is the motion on the floor, please?
Ms. Gonzalez, would you like to?
Certainly. The motion is to retract the vote from last week and to return to 100% virtual through the end of the semester.
And there was a second I heard, correct?
Correct.
All in favor? Did you have any discussion?
Discussion.
Is there any discussion, Kristen?
Are you asking me to have any discussion?
I did not realize you were still muted. Do you have any in the discussion?
There's a motion and a second, and call for a vote.
No, they've discussed Ms. Oliver. At this point, then they're affording you an opportunity to participate in this discussion before they vote, before you all vote.
I would like to recap briefly what somebody was saying because I was muted and I was trying very hard to get back in the discussion, but I was not there. So I understand there's a motion to remain virtual until January, and there's a second. And is there any other discussion that I don't know about?
That wasn't the motion.
No.
What was the motion then? Because I could not talk.
Well, let's just repeat it. I guess so. Okay, we ready for a vote? All in favor?
What is the vote?
Okay, Kristen.
Okay, let's say it again. We'll say it one more time, Kristen. Please listen. Ms. Tolliver, go ahead.
Well, I was listening, but you forced them to mute me, so I'm sorry that I didn't hear anything.
Okay, Ms. Tolliver, this is, can you hear me?
I hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so my motion was to retract our vote from last week to remain virtual through the end of the semester in order to fully hash out a reopening plan for consideration in January.
And I understand there was a second.
That is correct. Ms. Hawk seconded the motion.
Okay, so proceed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry. All in favor? One more time.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Chair votes nay. Motion does not carry. So our vote from last week still stands that we will look at opening schools to K through 12 on November 2nd.
K through 2.
Sorry, K through 2. I don't like saying that. K through 2 on November 2nd. All right, and the next work session will be set for Monday. We had some regular meeting, isn't it?
It is a regular scheduled meeting.
Yep, so that will be our regular scheduled meeting.
But I believe it was scheduled for Wednesday since Monday is a
holiday.
My apologies.
That is correct because it's
I think we're set for the 14th.
Columbus Day.
Okay. Do you want that replaced with a work session or do you want to maintain your regular meeting?
I would like to suggest that we meet next Monday for a work session.
Okay.
And maintain the regular meeting date on Wednesday for any other business, because the work session really needs to be one topic. I agree with the agenda revision that needs to be done, but I'd like for the work session to be only the reopening plan, if that makes sense.
So we'll keep the original agendas that we have. I'll make the proposed changes for us to vote on Wednesday at our regular work session. They'll go out in the handbook. And if any comments.
Wednesday or Monday?
When's the work session? Monday?
Work session is Monday,
5
regular
o'clock?
scheduled meeting is Wednesday.
And the work session at 5 o'clock? Monday?
I prefer 6 o'clock.
I prefer 6 as well.
Okay.
That's what I.
6?
6 is better.
Okay. We're here at 5.
All right, so the work session will be scheduled for 6 o'clock on Monday. Our regular meeting is still on for Wednesday at 6 o'clock.
Could I make a motion to go to closed session pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3711.A.1 for the purpose of discussion and consideration of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, and resignation of the employees of the school board?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we're down in closed session.
Kristen?
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 Aye.
Thank you.
It matters now what I say. It didn't matter for the last 15 minutes what I had to say. Good, go. Closed session. Fine. Moving on. Yeah, that's how I feel right now.
We got Mr. Vance.
Can you unmute Ms. Tolliver?
Is she on? Off.
Okay.
Turn my phone off, I think.
She's certified.
I don't know. Okay.
What was that, Kristen?
Kristen, do you certify?
Excuse me?
Can you certify, Kristen?
I can, but what does it really matter at this point, what I say?
Because
Because I got cut off for the last 15 minutes of the meeting, so, yeah, I certify.
I make a motion to approve the personnel as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carried.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, chair votes aye. School board, counties, whatever, meeting adjourned.
Enjoy.